Mm.
What on earth?
That
Who is that?
Earth?
Yeah?
Am I sounding good?
Do you have a voice filter on?
That
Sounds like you have a robot voice filter on. I can't understand a word you're saying.
hold on.
Oh, you do have one on?
No, I don't. I do not.
Oh, well, something is definitely wrong with your mic in that case.
There, I think that's better.
Yep, it is better.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what was going on with it. It sounded like when you were coming through there was a lot of static. It's like it could not understand.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I just kind of unplugged. I have my current microphone is just the mic that comes with my USB camera, and I just unplugged the USB cord and then plugged it back in again and fixed it. So,
Gotcha.
that's my go-to the technology troubleshooting. Um, Unplug it. If you're having trouble with technology, the first thing you should do
Turn
is
it off and turn it back on again.
exactly.
I don't know where
Right.
Alex is.
90% of the time, that's going to fix it. Are you cutting in and out? Trying to say something?
What's that?
I was just you were kind of, your mic was kind of turning on and off or whatever. It was probably doing that because you're making small sounds or something. I was wondering if you were trying to say something.
Nope. I'm just waiting to see if Alex is alive or not.
Well, he said he was going to be on starting at 6 for some reason.
I couldn't tell you.
And
How wrong it me.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey,
Howdy do. Alex, are you alive?
Alex is not here right now. Please leave a message after the beep. I can't do a beep sound.
Beep.
There you go. That was lovely. Oh, you guys ready for the new year?
Yay, ready for the whole thing to start all over again. I can't wait.
Doesn't end, does it?
well, it does it, I guess, eventually. end.
Sleep is the trial form of death. We all subscribe eventually.
Yeah, you don't cancel your subscription to life. You just make a new subscription to death.
That's what I think about my favorite description of sleep is that it's the trial form of it's the trial.
Yeah.
I'm just testing it out to see if I like it.
Well, I'm not sure you dream though when you die, so I'm pretty sure you don't. So it's not exactly the same, but I guess it's for a trial. I suppose it's okay.
It's okay, he says.
Being in a coma. Oh, maybe not even a coma, because supposedly your mind is still very active in the coma. But...
If we're very quiet, we can hear Alex as he breathes.
And he puts presents under the Christmas tree.
He's just waiting, hoping for us to leave. He's just like, I've changed my mind. I don't want to do this tonight.
Yeah. I was just reading a post on the on Board Game Designer group, Board Game Design Lab on Facebook, and a guy asked, "How much does the average small board game business make?" I'm both getting married and trying to start a publishing company next year.
Yee.
And there was just a resounding laugh from the audience.
Well, mostly it's other people who have either done their own Kickstarters or have their own small companies, and they're like, "Yeah, we only just started making a profit after 3 years of work, and we still can't take a salary. So there you go." Or, "I just ran my first Kickstarter, and I'm $12,000 in debt." So.
Somebody pipes up in the back. You guys are making money off of this?
Yeah. Oh, there are definitely people making money. Like, not a lot, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's people making money. It's just not us.
It's not.
At the moment. The money's coming, guys. The money's
coming. Just give me a little more time.
Just one more day. Just one more day. Hold out for one more day.
Alex, and he'll make it rain.
I'll get the money. Just give me more time. I'll be right back.
Gosh, we're gonna play this game again. Oh, you're right.
Hello.
Hey. How's it going?
How nice of you to join us, Alex.
No. I have way too many games running, and it is bad. Skyrim opened up. Another game opened up. Oh, please stop. Okay. Okay, we're gonna minimize everything.
Yep, I just got a notification that you were playing Skyrim. It's kind of funny. I'm on my computer, you know, like and then every once in a while I get this notification that Game Direction is playing whatever game you happen to be playing. Yeah. It always seems to be something.
Oh, I don't know why my Skyrim has now just broken so hard.
How many mods are you running on it?
2000.
Ah.
I-
There's your problem.
Oh, it's not a problem. This is the best Skyrim experience I've ever had. There we go.
Does it have Macho Man Randy Savage in it?
No, that's like 2015. Yes, that was 10 years ago or 8 years ago.
I mean, Skyrim is what, 15 at this
Like
age?
13, I think. It was 11, 11, 11, so whatever. 23 minus 11.
We're 12 years
12.
old.
Yeah. Makes me so upset that Jetpack Joyride is older. If you don't know what Jetpack Joyride is, that's okay. It's a mini clip game. Top tier quality of gameplay. I was not playing Skyrim that entire time. I actually had a little emergency I had to go take care of. Skyrim just happened to open up along with 3 other games on my desktop as I dipped out. I think I highlighted like a bunch of icons on my desktop, and they all just like went whoop. I got this new game called Dream Core Demo. It's a demo. Yes, I'm aware. Yeah, it's a demo for a new horror game, but it's very fun. Very cool liminal spaces. Booting up tabletop sim though. Ah, darn, Nick's not here. I was gonna make a Steam Deck reference.
So, Alex, have you been watching Jujutsu Kaisen?
Which one's that?
It's they're sorcerers and they fight curses. Jujutsu Kaisen. It's very good.
It's an anime.
Anime, yes.
How do you spell that?
It's
Anime. Anime.
Jutsu, and then Kaisen.
I'll say that I got that typed out, and I didn't just get a bottle of whiskey or some like miscellaneous Europe or Japanese drink.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, it's all over the internets.
Yeah, it's I think it's pretty popular.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Top 5.
Really good
anime.
really nice animation style, kind of a bit twisted, but still normal looking to a certain extent, and
Hmm.
a lot of kind of dirty looking, kind of like it's not super clean at all times, you know,
Yeah.
especially during the fighting scenes and stuff like that. It kind of gets a little sort of grainy, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
if you will, or whatever.
Yeah.
Here. Okay, cool. Found it. It's jujitsu, right? Like
Yeah,
the.
yeah,
Okay.
jujutsu.
I was typing that in entirely wrong. And I've done jujitsu. I just,
It's not jujitsu though; it's jujutsu.
yeah.
Like bad
Yes.
juju.
Because they have they fight curses, exercise curses.
It's the dude with the white spiky hair.
The
Yeah, well, yeah,
the
that's
Walmart brand Kakashi. Someone said.
yeah, the white spiky hair guy. That's sort of the most powerful person
Oh,
in
I
that
was thinking,
particular universe or whatever.
I thought this
But he's not
dude
the main character.
what's the one dude from that wow, this is gonna be super descriptive. What is that one dude from that one anime? White
When I first saw him,
hair.
he looked like Kakashi.
The guy with the spiky black hair.
No, white hair.
Oh, white hair. Oh, there's lots of white hair dudes too. The main
Where?
character is a pink hair dude.
Yeah, my
Tokyo
first.
Ghoul. Tokyo Ghoul is what I was thinking of.
Mm,
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it kind of looks like the Tokyo Ghoul dude, a little bit.
I thought he looked like Kakashi. They both have that kind of like spiky silver hair. Part of their face is covered. They have a team of 3 youngsters under their belt that they're training. They tend to
Oh, yeah.
always do stuff with their hands. Like he very much looks like Kakashi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's any new ideas coming out of anime right now.
Well,
Every once in a
Kakashi
while,
is silver. He's got like gray hair.
Oh yeah, I forgot that silver and gray are so far apart from each other on the color spectrum.
Kakashi
I mean,
Hatake, yeah.
but like the dude
Yes,
that you're,
yes.
this dude, he's got like white
Naruto.
hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's got the blue eyes that he keeps covered.
Oh, does he?
The pink haired dude looks like someone else that I've seen from a different anime. The pink hair and short-cut sides. Can't put my finger on it though.
Yeah,
I
that's
always knew the main
that's
character from Fairy Tale.
Maybe that's who
A
I'm
little
thinking.
bit. I don't remember his name, but
Natsu.
is it Natsu? Yeah.
Yeah, Natsu.
Brr.
Natsu just has more abs. Showing 100% more of the time. 10 out of 10. Watch Fairy Tale every time.
I watch Fairy Tale for the plot. The plot has abs.
I watch Black Clover for the plot. The screaming, the absolute rees.
Is that a good one, Black Clover? I haven't watched it yet.
Depends on
like
how
Black
you
Clover?
watch it.
I haven't watched it. I'm just I just see it. It's it's in the sort of, I think it's on my list of the sort of things that I'm thinking about watching or whatever. I'm just wondering if it's worth watching.
It's worth a watch. It depends if it hooks you or not. It's one of the, I don't know, I think I got a bad end of it. It is a terrible anime to have running in the background while someone else watches it, because all you hear is screaming the entire time. Just one character screams 90% of every episode, and it's so annoying to hear in the other room. Watch
Right.
Watching it, it's okay. It's not bad. I think it's probably the English dub that just hurts it so much, but
Mm,
like
okay.
but I don't know. I think the Japanese dub was also just as annoying. It's just this character screams all the time. And I know a lot of animes the characters scream, but he has just this like shrill, high-pitched scream.
It's the
That's
yeah.
it sounds like a teenager screaming.
Mhm.
And it's very fitting, but it's just, oh my god. That's my only that's like my major flaw. Everything else, it feels like Fairy Tale. It's just Fairy Tale. It's just a different universe. Um
Okay.
yeah, it's very similar vibes. If you liked Fairy Tale, you'll like this one. It's
Yeah, I haven't
just,
watched Fairy Tail yet. It's again another one on my list to watch.
I would say Fairy Tale is better than Black
Okay.
Clover. I would
Hmm.
make that a
Hmm.
stance. I actually kind of like Fairy Tale. I
Well,
never really minded that one.
I'll have to watch it. I just stopped watching one, and I've been kind of forward to watching it because it seems to me one that is considered a, I don't know, call it classic or whatever, but the Code Geass.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Code
Code
Geass is
Geass.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Code Geass because it
I stopped
ends.
watching it. I stopped watching it. I
Oh,
couldn't watch it after that princess uh, goes mad and kills all the Japanese people in the stadium. I was like, nope, I don't want to watch this show anymore. That's enough for me.
I liked Code Geass because there was actually an end to it, and it was
Yeah,
nice. It
Mhm.
ended. It wrapped up. It wasn't like the best wrap up. I mean, it was a solid wrap up, and that's
Mhm.
what
yeah,
made it really good. Um, Death Note hurt me on the wrap up, but at least it wrapped up.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
that,
Yeah, I've
that
kind of come to the decision that I'm because I got into anime watching darker shows, and once I discovered the rom-coms and slice of life and stuff like that, I'm like,
mhm.
you know what? I don't need the darkness in my life. I,
Okay.
I'd rather just smile and laugh
Yeah.
and look at cute girls and just turn my brain off or whatever. I don't know. The
Yeah.
darker themes just don't attract me anymore. I just want something light.
You should check out Great Teacher Onizuka. Uh,
Great teacher.
yep. GTO. Great Teacher Onizuka. It's literally about a teacher who who goes to like a really preppy, a young like 22-year-old who becomes a teacher. He used to be a gang member for the Yakuza, like a motorcycle gang, and now he like teaches kids.
What is this
And he
blackface
gets
that I see? There's like three girls in full blackface. What the fuck?
the Ganguro girls. It's not blackface. It's kind of it's weird. It's a Japanese culture thing. It's not making
Okay.
fun of black people. Yeah, but yeah, they're Ganguro girls. But yeah, Great Teacher Onizuka is a hilarious. It's such a great show. Um,
Okay.
I actually I was not gonna watch it for the longest time because I thought it was a car. Like I thought it was a car anime, and I just wasn't into like car animes because like the Pontiac,
GTO.
Oh,
Pontiac
GTO.
GTO.
Yeah.
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 So I thought it was a car anime, but it's not. It's literally about a teacher, and he teaches like the whole. Yeah, it's real. It's a great. It's very slice of life. Older comedy, older school comedy. Not as pervy as you might think. Given the era it's from. It's 97. I think it's from 97, early 2000s. Uh, but yeah, it's great. It's a great anime.
I'll put it on my list.
Yeah.
Hmm.
When you said not darker, that was the first one I thought of.
Has anybody seen and this is just like this is one I actually went back to and really regretted. This one needed to be just locked in the memory banks and kept there for enjoyment of younger Alex. Elfen Lied.
Yeah, Elven Lied. Yeah. Yep. Or Elven
Yeah.
Lied. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
That one, it was like, I watched it the first time, really loved it. Second time I watched it, could not get back into it. I was watching it, I was like, this
Really?
is so cringy. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's just the like the plot's just so the A plot is really strong. It's the B plot, like the episode to episode,
Yeah.
that are just so cringy, and you're like, oh my god. And then there's like one or two episodes that just absolutely nail it, but then the rest of it's like, I forgot all the bad parts of this anime.
There's a really good one that I'm watching right now that's current. It's currently being like aired or whatever. It's called Free Rent Beyond Journey's End. It's like it's the main character is this elf, this long-lived elf or whatever, who was part of the heroes party that killed the demon lord. So this is after the heroes party kills the demon lord, right? And then
What is the anime called?
Free Rent, Frien. And so basically all of the heroes party now, except for the dwarf, who is very, very aged, they've all died. The heroes died. You see him as a very old man, and the priest that was with them died, and the dwarf warrior, he's very, very old now and can't travel.
Yeah.
And so she goes on a journey and meets new companions, takes on an apprentice or whatever. Anyway, so it's just really kind of one of these ones that I'm discovering lately that's really kind of quiet and pretty and sort of slow and not frantic and so on. There's a number of those shows that I've been watching recently that I really, really like. It's just so relaxing watching a show that's got these beautiful sceneries and nice music and
cool.
Everybody's talking very quietly and stuff. It just gives a really nice kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's a really good one.
One of the most underrated ones that I've watched is probably gonna be like Rin, Daughter of the Mezzanine. Like, it is so it's a darker anime. It's not slice of life, but it's got a really cool world. But it has
RYN?
No, RIN, Rin Daughter. If you type in like Rin Daughter anime, you'll probably find it. It's only 6 episodes, but it's got a really cool like world that gets built. It is incredibly sexual. So don't watch it with kids. Just it is some pretty graphic scenes. But the plot is basically immortal girl, I guess defending immortality, without giving more of the story away. It's just immortal girl living in. It is sort of slice of life because you kind of have this like super like badass ancient demigod of a human kind of just living amongst the people. But you get to live. It's actually she's not the main character, the one who you like view. She is like the main character, but like I guess the protagonist is the person that you meet in the first episode. And it's kind of interesting because you get to see him live through his entire life. And I was like, damn, that's a cool, like, you're looking at it through like an immortal's eyes, just watching this main character like live his entire life. And the six episodes are just experiencing this guy. And I don't know if you see his family like in the last episode or whatever, but like it's like you see the whole cycle, you like the birth, death and stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll put it on. It's 6 episodes. I think I can handle a little darkness for 6 episodes.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast anime. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. It's not a 10 out of 10, but it is definitely a really good watch that not enough people have seen.
I'll have to check it out. So, are we going to do some playtesting?
Yeah, we can jump in. Do-do-do. Oh, that's fancy. Someone paid for colored text. Okay. So I will open up a server room. Excuse me. People may hop in. I think this is you. I think that's you. I don't know if Stu's around.
He was here and looking for
Yeah.
you.
I was saying stuff you'll never.
I heard you.
Okay.
I heard. I just didn't respond. I'm gonna ignore it actually. So much so that
he just
I will
didn't
have
care.
you repeat. Yeah, I'm gonna make you repeat it because that's how much I don't care. No, I'm joking.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay. I was thinking we could definitely start off a quick round of Tiny Commanders. I think the only one who hasn't played it right now is David, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
So
oh,
I don't.
yeah. They had to leave when we had started going up before.
I think so, maybe.
So I think a good playtest, like if we could get one playtest between Stu and David for review, I think that would be really helpful. And then we can jump into David's game because Tiny Commander is pretty quick.
Is it so? It's a 2-player PvP sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's if you were to sort of mix like chess and what's the other game we were talking about? Like Magic almost, like light Magic or like tactics game like Warhammer 40K, but extremely lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
What game was this?
Tiny
Commander.
Commanders. Yeah, here we go. I think this is the most recent version. You may need to double check the cards. Make sure those are actually up to date. Because we might have changed some stuff. Let's go see. Eventually, InDesign will open up.
Are you sure about that?
3 years later. Hey guys, InDesign finally opened.
That's so cool. I like using the magnify tool.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
Just a nice little like quick zoom in.
Yeah, and you don't have to change your position and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You can even pick stuff up
Yeah.
and then stay magnified and then
Oh, really?
drag it. Yeah. And then move it somewhere.
That's cool. I dig that. I dig it. Who's not in here? We're missing Potato.
No.
Oh, Potato. Have you picked a color?
Yeah, I'm in here.
It's weird. Like I see Interface AS, Wooly OT, and Terraclose. But I don't see you.
Oh, because there's no purple, that's why.
Ah.
There you go.
Pick a color, any color. Just not
Except pick any color you want, except that one.
Except that one. That one's wrong.
No wrong answers.
Change your color.
Green. Purple's not a creative color.
Remember, class, there are no wrong answers. Is mayonnaise the answer? All right, class. Jeffrey just got the wrong answer.
That was a reference to something. I'll just leave that there. I don't know where I was going with that.
It was a reference to absolutely nothing. It was a reference to multiple things, and I can't remember any of them.
Okay.
It sounds
Not-
like Simpsons. I'm gonna go with Simpsons.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Or like American Dad.
I know one of the references, the mayonnaise reference, was
How do you change the
it's
color?
like SpongeBob. Is mayonnaise an instrument?
His mayonnaise an instrument.
There, now you can change your color to the optimal color. Oh, I was actually doing that. Whoops. There you go. I didn't realize I could change your color. Neato. There. Now Stu can be happy. Have the brain tingles that make.
Well, I'm a purple again. Oh, there we go. I'll take it ready for
Are you guys familiar with a game that just recently kickstarted called Feud? I think it's
Feud?
The Seer's Feud, The Seer's Prophecy.
No. Like Family Feud?
Yeah.
Isn't this an older game?
No.
Here, the game that came to mind was this one. I'll shoot that in the lounge chat.
Fear.
Yeah.
There's one on Board Game Geek.
Yeah, here, I just put it in there. It's just look at the board. So it's a PvP thing with like stages. Like you have like your safe zone, and then your I don't know. Oh, the pictures. They don't have the pictures. The pictures don't show, or do they? Okay. Yeah, each player has their own mat or whatever, I guess. But anyways, it just reminded me, like the way you've got your thing laid out on this in this game, it kind of reminded me of this. Where
Yeah, you're kind of
yeah, you're moving up to a stage. You're in a staging area, and then you move up to the next layer that allows you to do certain things, and then there's sort of the combat layer as well, kind of thing. Anyway,
yeah.
They the buddy just who I as an online friend sort of thing. I just recently the Kickstarter was successful for this, so
Nice.
yeah.
I like the cardboard tiles. That would make it very easy to control.
Yeah.
I know
Well, they're
were talking
cards. They're
about
actual
that.
cards, little stacks of cards. They're not tiles.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Ah, InDesign has finally opened.
Anyways,
Yeah, that's really cool. You have to check that out.
Yeah.
I'll watch some of the videos too. See what they're.
Yeah. See how the gameplay works and stuff.
I got a little worried, and I was like, "Oh no, this is completely different than mine."
Yeah. I didn't think it was the same, but it has a kind of just a similar sort of feel with the different sort of playing area, staging areas, and stuff like that.
Do you have the rules thing with this, Alex? One where they can look up the
rules thing.
The one that you had the graphics one that you had made.
I'm working on getting the cards in, but yeah, let me grab those rules for you.
That way, Potato can, or is it Potato? Yeah, Potato. Wait, who didn't play yet?
I haven't.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Where is the PDF for this? So many tabs. I don't have enough room. I hate my 4K monitor. It is not nice. It just sucks up all my RAM.
Oh, the monitor does, really?
It just anytime I use my 4K monitor, everything else slows down.
Oh,
Once
wow.
once I stop using it, like I have a 240 hertz 1080 display. It's fine. Perfectly okay. Not perfectly, but perfectly enough. Um but I put anything on my 4K monitor, everything slows down so
Oh,
much.
wow.
And it sucks because I'm like, uh it's great because I can see everything, but it's also like I can see everything at like 20 frames per second and it sucks. Um
I know the graphics team at work. They all have 4K laptops, and
mhm.
they're having. And we have like this open office. You can sit wherever you want, kind of scenario with where the monitors are there, and you just bring your computer and plug it in. You know,
Oh,
when you go
nice.
into the office. And but they can't really do that because they invested in these 4K laptops, so they
Mhm.
can't really everything gets messed up when they're working, and then if they want to use the installed monitors, the two monitors that comes with every desk is every desk has two monitors, right, on a stand on arms or whatever. Anyways, if they
Mhm.
want to use those monitors, it becomes problematic because they're working in 4K on their laptops, and then putting a standard resolution, moving that to a standard resolution screen messes up everything, right, for them. So they're actually having work put in 4K monitors for them on certain
Oh,
desks.
that's how you solve the problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the ones that they're
I like how
being.
you're talking about these things like having an office space, having monitors, having like my like I walk into the office and my cat sits on my lap and I hope that the ceiling doesn't leak too hard.
Yeah, well,
Um
this is the Canadian Department of the Canadian government, right? So it's like it's not like a small business or anything like that.
yeah.
Like the department itself has
Where is the PDF thing?
close
Sorry.
to 2,000 employees in the department,
Custom.
something like that.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I was trying to find the custom PDF like tab and I just could not find that for I found it. There we go. Now we should have rules. Upload. Import. Tiny rules. Much less tiny rules. Now, Stu, I'm going to quiz you. If you don't remember everything, you get an F.
24.
Wow. I
Did I get it?
Ooh, he's good.
yeah. They're nailed it.
Oh
If
my goodness. Okay.
I could,
Huh.
I'd promote you to president.
First act is Taco Tuesday. Everybody gets a free taco.
Wow. More
And a
healthcare
free
than the
and a
rest
free
of the government.
Tuesday.
And a free
Uh,
Tuesday.
You're allowed to have Tuesdays again.
I would enact the No Days of the Week Act, and we would all live in an anarchy society where we don't actually measure the time, and we just all exist constantly. And everything will be
No,
measured in how long away it is from the day that you are speaking of. And it's only relevant to you, nobody else.
no more breathing on days that end in day.
But I don't want to exist. You're gonna exist, and you're gonna like it.
No,
They
now
gave
you
me
you now have to subscribe to existing.
You have to subscribe. That's subscription. Subscription existence only.
breathing is a DLC. You have to download that externally.
Download it, yeah.
Everything is a DLC now. Food is a DLC.
Accurate.
Oh, isn't it always been?
That is so accurate. Although, ironically, I actually heard good things about the Pandora. Was it Avatar Pandora game? Which is funny because like it's a movie tie-in game, which are all supposed to be
Usually terrible, yeah.
yeah, but like it's actually getting good reviews, and I'm like, what world do we live in where Diablo 4 is just plagued with disease and microtransactions, and it's getting better scores than an Avatar tie-in movie game.
I remember the first Avatar game. It was so bad. One of my personal missions in game design is just being better as like an introducer of games to people. And it's a lot harder than people like think. They're like, "Oh yeah, I could teach someone a new game, like like introduce non-gamers to gaming, like the gaming world." And it is a very like it's like trying to tame a cat. You have to be very gentle and slow with people who don't play games regularly. And you have to kind of go back to your roots of like remembering what games you learned and got you into like games. And one of the games I always like think about is what's the I was going down a tangent here. Oh yeah. My girlfriend, she played a game called she played the movie adaptation of Ants on the Game Boy, and she never played video games again. And
Wow.
I was like, that movie has successfully ruined probably more people's experience of what gaming should be than what it shouldn't have been. Like E.T. is probably also in that line of E.T., Superman, like these horrendously terrible, like janky games that got turned out as a product. And it's okay if you have a janky game, but just don't make it a product. Don't sell that to people.
You don't let it out of the house. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, stop it. It's not worth it.
Stop it. Get some help.
Nobody faults Dr. Frankenstein for making a monster. We fault him for letting it out of the house.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we do?
Step 1, flipboard.
I can't believe that the table flip has not been great at.
Oh, did it actually? Is it still active?
I mean, you want me to test it? All right.
Do you have the rule? Did you get a chance to look at the rule book?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not great at learning things from the rule book, so I had a cursory look at it. I'll reference it when I need it, but I kind of have an idea of what the main actions are.
Mm-hmm. So, step 1, I would say, look on the right side and pick a faction that you like. Think might be cool.
Oh, what does that mean? This just one deck is a faction?
Yep. Grab a deck.
That's this one.
That's the one you want?
Don't care. When I'm learning a game for the first time, I spend no time thinking about, what might be the better thing or whatever.
No. That's fine. That is perfectly fine.
In my experience or whatever, it's probably best if you're introducing a game to people who've never played before. Don't give them this choice at the beginning of the game. Just give them one. Give them a deck.
Give them a deck to play.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm assuming the way this is gonna go is that.
So are we playing both sides?
No. So this is Alex, 2 game boards.
Yeah,
okay.
A little 2 game board thing. So.
I'm just that pro.
Yep. So then you're
playing on one game board here. Like,
yep, you guys are going to be on the right side.
Yeah,
or
left
the side that you're in front of, I should say.
Yeah. Okay.
And then your opponent can pick a deck too. So, potato, you pick.
I pick all of them.
My
You have to beat me with all of them. I'm gonna try this again. I don't know why I shuffled it there.
Does it need to be shuffled?
Nope. Yep, nope, doesn't need to be shuffled.
Okay.
All right. Now roll a die to see who goes first.
It says flip a coin. That's not a die.
Yeah, flipping coins is dumb.
Well, I can still do it.
Actually, I don't think it says that in the rules, does it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember we put flip a coin in there.
Oh,
you,
okay.
you typed in flip a coin. I wanted to roll a die because I think die rolling is just more fair.
But you wouldn't necessarily want to include a die
In the game, yeah. So
like just as a. I tend to just kind of don't even specify. I say in my rules, I just always put if it's going to be randomly decided, I just say randomly choose a starting player and let the people
figure it out themselves.
Yeah, you figure out a way to randomly. If you want to play rock paper scissors or something, go ahead. Want to flip a coin? That's fine by me. But if you have a die lying around, do that too.
Oh, Alex,
me and my group, we tend to like put all the if the game comes with like multicolored pawns, like we all have we just like have pawns. Well, somebody grabs one of each pawn color and just kind of shakes it in their hand and kind of drops one on the table, and that first one is the starting player. That's how we more often than not decide who goes first.
So each one of your decks is going to have a commander unit.
Yeah.
And it should say commander at the top there.
Yep.
Your commander is going to be separate from the rest of the cards in your hand.
Okay.
So. You guys could decide who goes first.
Okay, Stu, you can go first.
Okay.
The person that chooses to go first, they are going to be deploying their initial their initial squads first.
Okay. Okay, set up players' positions. First turn, the player deploy their commander and 4 squads anywhere within the safe zone.
Is a squad 1 card?
Alex, for this one, how much information are we giving?
Just let me see if I can figure it out.
Okay.
Based purely on reading.
With this one, I would say like let's see how well Stuart can like recall it. And then if you want, treat it almost like a con. Like pitch.
Who's changing that? I'm gonna slap you.
Oh, I thought I was going to be able to change it on my own.
Can we
make two? Make two.
Huh?
Alex, make a second one of the rules.
Oh.
That way they can both look at it simultaneously at different parts.
Thank you, sir.
God, so needy.
I'm sorry.
Need to read your own rules. Soon you're gonna make me bleed my own blood.
Alex over there acting like he doesn't love being needed.
I run a gym.
Honestly, that probably would make some big money.
No, it doesn't.
Just do that. You never have to pay for anything again.
Gyms are really profitable if you have a lot of gyms. They kind of suck if you don't.
You don't even have to do that. Just buy some decent gym equipment and then market yourself as a private gym, and then there you go, bankroll out.
True.
Well, I'm a private Alex. You can call me on the weekends.
Oh.
I feel like this game is going in a different direction.
Okay. Commander. Troops. A player controls a card in the field with a specific mastery. Okay, there we go. Squad. Squad. A maximum number of identical troops equal to the squad stat icon of the squad leader. Note, troops are stacked on top of each other to form a squad. Okay. Squad leader. The top troop of a squad.
So what's how do you do? Is the squad leader card identified somehow?
That's a very relevant question.
Let's put that to the side for now. A maximum number of identical troops equal to the squad stat icon of the squad leader. Okay, so the maximum stat would be, for mages, would be 1, so I can only have that as 1. I'm assuming. And then the squad stat for rogue would be 2. Squad stat for warrior would be 4. Squad stat for priest.
So it's that number beside the word squad.
Correct.
So all my squads are size 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're the woodwinds then.
Mhm. Yeah, he's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys are gonna hate me. I'm about to change your decks really quick. It's not too big of a change, but I'm just updating the copy on them.
Can I have 6 inches in that case? It's like, I feel like I got a raw deal.
So you're putting them out I thought you were supposed to put them out as a stack.
Talk through your thinking. I'm actually interested in hearing like how you're processing the information provided. Obviously,
Okay.
you're not reading it entirely yourself, but
Yeah. Okay. So it says here. Yeah. So it says the player that goes first will deploy their commander and 4 squads. And so there should be 5 cards in there. So you have the commander, and then and 4 squads, which is all my cards, right? But I can only have 2 cards per squad, so some of these will have to come back. So it's like that. So basically,
oops, sorry.
oh, what the hell?
Here, let me go back. There
Oh,
you
what
go.
the fuck? You doing? Anyways, yeah. So yeah. So in my mind, that this is how it should be set up. So you got your commander and 4 squads, and a squad consists of a stack of cards equal to the squad number. That's the way I read everything, and not all spread out like this, because it's only 4 squads. All right, so you should only have 5 things: commander and 4 squads, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things.
I don't think Stu's here anymore.
Is Stu here?
Am I wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Stu is having connection troubles.
Definitely not.
Oh, okay.
By the way, the updated decks are over here. Which ones were you? Red. Okay. Here, let me grab you your.
Orange.
Orange, you're glad I didn't say orange.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
And then.
Sounded like Freddy Fazbear for a second.
There's Orange Duck New, Orange Duck Commander. There you go. And we can delete these guys. It should be like 90% of the same stuff. It's just slightly worded better. So hopefully it'll make more sense.
Okay. So like I was saying, the way I read it is it should be like this.
James, do you want to jump in on that?
Because it
We're-
says
We're gonna have a little interaction on this one just because
Okay. Yeah.
Also, Stu has some tainted information, so him speaking up is gonna probably be a little bit more confusing because he might actually refer to things a little bit differently.
Okay. Yeah. So yes, you are reading the rules correctly. Your starting field will be four squads, one commander.
Right. A
Yep.
squad consists of a stack of cards
Yep.
equal to the squad stack.
Yep, the squad stack. Yep, and the squad leader is literally just the card that's on top. It has no forbearance on anything. It's
Yeah. Okay.
and then everything else that is not on the field goes into your hand.
In hand. Okay.
Which I think we have updated to the terminology of reserves. Yes. I'm not sure if Stu was there for that update, but
I don't believe I was.
gotcha. Yeah,
Okay. So you have a fair amount.
it was a
cards
different
per
word
hand.
before, so.
But again, Stu's spreading them all out, right? Like, so.
Stu, is there a reason why you're doing what you're doing, Stu?
I'm just looking at them all.
Oh, okay.
They're all the same, aren't they?
Yeah, he was talking about what you were.
Yeah, Stu,
No,
there's only four.
this is just my whole team.
Yeah.
Deal with all of them.
So something I would say for you, Wooly, read what your card's ability is at the bottom.
I will say
and then,
you did pick
and then cross reference it with the rules.
Yeah, you did pick a little bit of a more complex army. I would say this is like probably our most complex army to play. But if you reference the ruling, specifically the ambush section, did we still have that, right? Or hidden, that's what you're looking for.
Hidden. Yep.
Yeah, hidden is going to be the key terminology that you're going to want to know how to utilize. And I think it's on this page. Yeah, there we go. Do we have a visual hidden version? I don't think we do.
Yeah, this is worded weirdly. You're gonna have to reword this.
Oh, yeah, this is totally slapped together. It was just more of a context to show what the like iconography is going to look like, roughly. Yeah, we haven't applied any lore or story into the rules yet, so it is very rough to read.
Just grammatically wrong. Squad is placed face down, and its stats are temporarily attack is 1.
Give me a hot sec. I'll be back in a sec.
So attack in this case is indication of how many times a unit can strike during their turn, not necessarily the damage they do. All damage is 1 in the game.
Yeah, which is referenced in the attack section. Attack. Choose any adjacent space and attack an enemy squad or protect a friendly squad once. The respective stat shows the maximum times this action can be performed in a turn. Yeah, so it's not the actual damage. I believe that's, attack. Declare an adjacent space as a target and attempt a capture 1 troop inhabiting that space. Note the amount of times you can attempt to capture. Yeah, when hit, the bottom troop of the squad is sent to the opponent's keep.
Why not the top?
Because that's your squad leader.
But the cards are all exactly the same.
Not for
so not there are cards that have abilities that can put other cards underneath them.
Oh, okay. But all my cards are exactly the same.
Yeah, yours are.
Yeah, individually.
Individually they're all the same, but your squad might be different depending on which race you've picked or faction. Neither of you are going to run into that, so I wouldn't worry. Oh, wasn't there let me double check. James, did we add a token to the commanders on the Woodwinds?
No, we didn't. They shouldn't need a token.
Because they're the only one that's 1. Making it kind of obvious that they are the commander.
Oh.
Because I thought we were talking about that, adding a
We had talked about it, but it never got fully implemented, so. No, I see what you're saying, but yeah.
I don't know if that's a bad thing. Because obviously you can lose a unit, and you could like later in the game you can go down to 1. Obviously at the beginning it's obvious that this is your commander, but I don't know. I think that also kind of defeats the purpose of the hidden part.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do Shift Alt, you can actually look under a card that's face down.
Yeah.
And Stu, you're still just reading, right?
I think he stepped out for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
He is passionately reading all of these cards as if there's more than 4.
Well, like Wooly was talking about his setup for like a while, and like ask it like, oh, I don't think you're so supposed to do that. And then like there's no response on the other side.
Gotcha. So, to just get Wooly in the loop, I'm gonna do some demonstrations. Excuse me. These off the table for a sec. Yeah. So, in this game, you're going to be doing a faction v faction. We're purposely starting the demo like this as complicated as possible, just so that we can see what people are getting tripped up on. So thank you for being a great tester on that. It is not you. This is still obviously the very early game state of being very rough and tough. But what that means is that you have picked the woodwinds, which is a really interesting start, because I would never recommend anybody to start with them. Not because they're bad, they're just a little bit harder. You're jumping a few basic mechanics, but we also wanted to introduce at least one more challenging team, but and that would be the woodwinds. With
and I just randomly picked them. I didn't even look at them.
Yeah, which is
So
totally
you're kind of
fine.
one of those. You wanted to just jump in anyway and see what was what.
Yeah.
So
which
that's why I
entirely
like-
could be possible.
I'm not one of these people who thinks that a playtest is an actual real game that I need
Yep.
to like really work
Yep.
hard at winning or,
Yeah.
or whatever.
And then Stu picked the lizards. He's
Yep.
gonna, and everybody has 4 classes. You're gonna have a rogue, a priest, a mage, and a warrior, and you're gonna have 4 of those units. As you distribute them, as you've done successfully right here, you have your 2-2-1 and 2-2. Those are your commanders. It looks like you set that up, and then you have your hand in, which is your reserves. You're going to take a turn, and each turn is going to consist of 3 actions. You can find your actions in the rules under how to play. Under actions, you get 3 actions, and they can be attack/protect. Attacking is when you attack another player, and instead of we already kind of mentioned it, instead of dealing amount of damage, your attack stat is actually how many times you can attack with that character per turn. So if you have an attack stat of 1, you can only attack once. Once you attack, you can't double attack. Distance is pretty clear. That's just the distance. This game doesn't have corner like diagonal problems, so you can go diagonals. That counts as 1. So any space that is around your card is counted as 1. That is an adjacent space, and anything in that area.
The word distance is not clear. Using the word distance is not clear. I don't know what that means. That means I can move?
The number of spaces indicated by their distance stats.
Yeah, but but distance, that doesn't tell me what I can do.
It's how far you can move.
Yeah, but the action is move. The action is not distance. So I'm thinking, okay, as an action, the word distance would be, I can distance myself from my opponent? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm just trying to tell you that's my reaction to the word in the rules telling me that this is an action. And I'm saying that doesn't tell me what the action is.
So calling it
the action
move
should be move.
Yeah,
if
it's
that's
a
what it
move
is, yeah.
action, but the stat is distance.
Yeah.
So we could literally just remove the word distance and just put move 1.
No,
move
because
2, move
the
3.
thing about move is that the reason we use the word distance specifically is because distance is exactly what your character like. That is how far your character. That is the stat. The stat is
it's not
distance.
an action word. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that. I'm just
maneuver,
explaining to James.
Maybe maneuver if you want to separate it from the fact that you move when you attack, right?
Well,
so then maybe and maneuver might be a better word. I don't know. We can move on.
Yeah. But yeah, it is an action that is move. Distance is the obviously the distance that you can move. Yeah. The length or the how far away you can move. That is something that we should specify, because distance isn't an action. That is a descriptor, so that's a good point. Excuse me.
But
Well,
but move is
it is
an
in the
action.
sense that I'm going to distance myself from somebody. You know, I'm going to distance myself from this thing, or I'm going to, you know what I mean? People do like it is. It
Yeah.
is an action word in a sense.
Well,
But
and Alex, in the rules,
one of the rulings was that distance. When you make a move, you move the distance.
Mhm.
Yeah, you move the numbers of spaces indicated by the we forgot the word move.
and
It
that's
just
what I'm
says the
saying.
number.
I think that's what the problem is. The
Yeah,
word move
it
just isn't
literally
in
just
the
needs to
action
add
set.
move.
Yeah. And honestly, shouldn't move be the thing you're doing? On like move is the action. I can attack, I can move, I can deploy, I can, distance is the thing that's happening after you have selected the action to move. Right? The action you're taking is move. Distance is the number of spaces that are moved.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not that in the rules. In the rules, we have distance under the action section.
Why can't I edit this? What the fuck?
Anyways, that. So yeah, so we can move our distance.
So during your turn, so you get 3 actions per turn.
Yeah.
During your those 3 actions are attacking an adjacent space,
And adjacent is diagonal, right?
Adjacent is anything connecting a selected square or a targeted square, including yourself. So if you are the one that's doing the attack, anything connected to that
okay,
square.
okay, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then move the number of spaces indicated. And that's once per turn for the player. So of all my squads, I can only move one of them.
You have three actions.
Oh, okay.
Each squad can move a certain number of times based on their.
But you can only move once per turn. It says. So.
Yeah.
Where does it say you can move once per turn?
Distance stats once per turn. So basically, you can move once, but you have to move the amount of distance. No, this was intentional. We ended up doing this. I don't think it's worded specifically the right way, but it is. And this is how it should probably be worded. And I'm trying to type in the Google Docs, but I'm locked out, so you should send me an invite again. It is move. The number of So the action is to move. Then the number of spaces indicated by the distance stat once per turn. You should only be able to move once per turn the distance that you can move.
I'm saying the wording on that makes it seem like you can only do the move action one time.
Yes, that's what we ended up doing.
So you can only move one. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You can only that's stating that you can move one card one time on your turn.
You can move multiple cards one time, so a squad can only move once.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, basically,
okay. The confusion.
You have 3 actions. You can make 3 move actions. Like I'm saying, the move action is not limited to once per turn. You can move 3 cards on your turn if you want to.
But a squad can only move once.
Yes. Each individual squad is limited by their move stat as to how many times they can move.
How many times or how far? The way that I'm understanding.
Sorry. Sorry. It's just yes. Each card can move once. Yes, that was correct.
Yeah, each squad can move once, but they can move the amount of spaces equal to the
amount of space is equal to the distance. Yep. Because like the rogue will. More importantly, the rogue is literally the only class right now, or only. I don't remember what we'll call it. The class. It's the only class that can move two spaces when it moves.
The rogue class is the only class that can move 2 spaces when it moves?
Yes, the commander can as well, because if you see their move stat,
I was going to say,
or their distance stat. Sorry, the distance. It
if
should
that's
say 2.
I'm guessing this might change with different factions where certain units get special moves. But if that's not going to change, then does it need to be included?
It should be included on every rogue should have a distance of 2. All of them.
But I'm saying if it's going to be consistent always for the foreseeable future, then it feels like superfluous information.
That
like you're basically you could simply include.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
You could just include that in the rules, and then you wouldn't have to put it on the cards because that's essentially just unnecessary information at that point. If it does end up changing, where it's like this faction has a special ability where units can move multiple times, then it wouldn't be unnecessary. Then you would have to include the information on the cards. I'm saying, but if it is going to be consistent for the future, is all I was saying.
Yeah, no, that actually, I like that because it is, having every rogue, it's redundant. It's redundant information. Same thing with the warriors then too, because all warriors have an attack of stack of 2. All warriors can attack twice in one turn. And that's redundant. Well, that's the thing. So, like, all warriors can attack twice. All rogues move 2 distances when they move. All priests can protect.
So while it is redundant, it is still a reference that you need to know when looking at a card. So I may not even realize that like this guy is a rogue, and I can't remember what the specific, like if I have to remember, all warriors attack 2, all rogues can move 2, like remembering those little details is going to be a lot harder for some people. Like if it was just one character or one stat, that's one thing, but because we have 3 different stats and various different number combinations, and those possibly even change based on the faction, that is why we are still displaying that information on the cards.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's yes, there is a lot of redundant information, but that redundant information is a quick guide basically to reference why you're looking at it. So like the warrior, I don't want to have to look back at the rules book to remember what the warrior does. I just put it right on the card. Squad of 4, attack of 2, distance of 1.
I also feel like this is one of those games that, like, as you play it, all of those redundancies will start to come back and be like, oh, okay, I get it. They're just reminders for when you play. Like, and I'm starting to see that where there's a big difference between an analysis of something and actual in-game practice when the actual game is going on.
That makes sense.
Because like the Woodwinds, the faction that you're playing right now, is the first time we broke the squad rules. It's basically because every other the number for the squads is always 4 for every warrior, 3 for every priest, 2 for every rogue, 1 for every mage. That's their squad stats. For all of the other factions play by those numbers, except for the Woodwinds. The Woodwinds are the only faction where all their entire squad stat is 2. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And it's mainly because of the other mechanic that's attached with them.
So to jump into the next thing, Stu's back. So
Okay,
make
cool.
your side of the field. We were just killing time till you get back. Wooly already set up his army. And so we have distance. That's how far you can move. Each unit or each squad can only move once per round or once per turn. and the deploy only if there are 4 or less squads. Remember, your commander is not a squad or a troop. Did we drop the word troop? That doesn't exist anywhere.
Yeah, no, it doesn't exist anymore. So.
Oh no, we use troop as the terminology for unit. This is also the hard part.
Oh,
about
that's
being
what
a game
we
designer.
dropped
Is
unit.
remembering what words we're still using.
Yeah, we dropped unit. That's what we dropped. Yeah.
So troop is individual units, individual cards. So your commander is not applicable to those. So that means you cannot deploy a commander. It also means if you have 3 squads and 1 commander, you can now deploy.
So you can only have 3 squads?
You can have only 4 squads. If you have 3 squads, you can then deploy. You can't deploy.
But it says if there are 4 or less. So that means I can deploy now.
So okay, so the way the squads work, right? You always start with 4.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's
you cannot deploy if you have 4 or more squads on the field.
Okay.
That is very specific because there is an entire faction.
It's misworded.
It's not. That's just not the way it's worded in the rules.
It should say 3 or less squads.
Yeah, it says 4 or less. Right?
Yeah. Oh wait.
We were thinking
3 or less squads for what? Deploy only if there are. Oh yes, yeah, okay, yeah.
James, can you add me to the Google Docs again? I don't know why I'm like locked out, but
to the yeah, that's weird.
Like I have editing.
Oh, it literally shows you here. Oh wow, you just disappeared. That's weird.
I refreshed
cool.
my page.
The way you said that is just kind of funny. Oh wow, you just disappeared.
Well, no, I literally saw it in real time. That's what kind of like threw me off. I'm like looking at Alex's name, and then all of a sudden it like disappeared.
Can you demote me in this Google Docs and then re-promote me to
and then just re-promote you?
Yeah, because I think something's glitching out. Weird.
And then just ban them from the Google Docs.
And then 100% banned.
That's okay. I have a PDF.
Is this? All right. I also sent you a link on the thing. So.
Did that work? Let's see. No edits can be made on this file. Why? What? What's wrong with my Google account right now? It is tweaking something hard. Anyways, proceed without me, or keep going. I'm just trying to figure out this weird bug.
So you can do your first, your initial deployment, and then let us know when you're ready.
So I'm just trying to understand. So I'm allowed to have, if I wanted these all to be my squads, I'm allowed to have this many?
Yep, you can have 4. Yep, you can deploy 4 squads. You can deploy 4 squads at the start of the match. Yep.
And for the commander, do I need to put stuff underneath the commander for health?
Nothing goes underneath your commander. Your commander's health is taken from the cards that are going to be remaining in your hand.
Gotcha.
So anything that is not initially used for your starting deployment goes into your hand, and that becomes the health of your commander. Anytime your commander takes a hit, you have to randomly discard a card into your opponent's keep.
Gotcha.
Is it called a keep? Graveyard is what it is now, but it'll eventually be renamed keep. But great, yeah. Discard your card into your opponent's graveyard. Basically, your cards are getting captured by your opponent. They're putting them in jail.
And I can't put stuff on. I don't know why I said that so weird. Stuff. Can't put stuff on No Man's Land.
Yep. No Man's Land is exactly what it is. You cannot deploy in No Man's Land.
Oh, what the fuck?
You have to deploy. All your deployments will be behind No Man's Land until the DLC pop.
I don't think I have a. Oh, I do have a hand. It just doesn't want to go in my hand.
Yep.
Get in my hand.
Just hit the number. The number of cards, yeah. There we go.
So on your turn, you can move, you can attack. So you have 3 actions. You can move, you can attack, you can deploy, and you can use an activatable ability.
I can't see any of his cards.
You should not be able to see any of his cards. That is actually the faction that you were playing against. The Woodwind faction. They start with the ability hidden, meaning you cannot see what they are until they are revealed.
Oh. Well,
they are revealed through damage and flipping being flipped over.
So to reveal, on your turn, use a free action to flip one of your squads face up, or when a targeted squad immediately flip, or when on a targeted space, immediately flip the targeted squad face up. So if you target a space to do an attack, that's when they flip up.
Okay. In that case, for my first turn, I'll move my warrior up into No Man's Land. And
so wait, hold up a second. Who went first? Who did you guys decide to go first?
I think Stu was going first. It just the setup was a little wonky because Stu had to leave, so he gave up his setup period.
And this is kind of important too, just so you guys know some and we'll play it through either way. The person who deploys first is the one who
may move and attack first.
Yep. Okay. Is the one who can move and attack first.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing.
So
you've got 2 more actions to.
I thought Wooly deployed first.
Well, theoretically, we said that it was.
Again, you can still play it.
It's fine.
Yeah. Because we said he was going first.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
I'm just trying to figure out who's going first.
You're going first.
You have 2 more actions.
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm gonna. I think if I remember correctly, using a special ability costs an action point.
That is
not
correct.
Mistaken.
That is correct.
Okay. And since this doesn't have passive next to it, I'm assuming that Wild Swing requires a point.
No, it doesn't. Because of the last word in the ability.
All right. In that case, again, I would say put passive next to it.
Yeah. We need to start putting passive and active into the actual ability sections. But because it's a basic attack, you get all of that.
Well, I'm about to wipe out like half of Wooly's army just with this then. Because that leaves me with 2 attacks, so I'm going to basic attack this one here.
And that means it gets revealed? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And revealed effects go off first.
Start hidden when revealed. Flip 2 squads face down. Okay.
What squads?
So because these 2 are damaged, would he be able to flip them back over?
Unfortunately, the timing, I think.
So how does that? So basically, what happens is because I'm attacking this one, these 2 also get damaged. They would be flipped. Does that mean he can flip them back over? Or how does that work?
So first, the priest, the priest ability didn't go off because there's nothing to target with the priest ability. So the priest takes damage right now. So you're gonna take the bottom part of the priest and put it into his graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter because
it's the same.
They're both priests in this case. But.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
it's this one over here.
yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
Now, and here's the thing, Alex. Order of operations, right? Because of the warrior's ability, where it still says flanking, but it should be just adjacent. He's doing it correctly. He is doing it how it's supposed to be. It would be, we need to figure out whether order of damage operations goes right to left, or is it in the choice of the defender, or is it in the choice of the attacker? Do we state, you see what I'm saying? Because right now that comes into play, because depending on what these two are, they're going to do different things based on which one
because
gets
like
revealed
if
first.
that's a priest, he could obviously if he flips that over, he could flip that one back over.
I'm gonna say right now, damage operations order goes to the one receiving the attack, so the defender's choice. So it is, I guess, Wooly. You can choose your left or right of your priest to reveal first. So which one is taking the damage first? Oh, actually, which one gets revealed first?
I think the defender's choice is going to be more fun to play with.
Yeah.
Albeit the attacker, I feel like, is more fair. The defender absolutely is going to be way more fun to play with.
Like, because right now I can this ambush.
Yes.
Perform a free attack action immediately.
Yep. That goes first. That happens immediately right now.
Okay.
So your warrior can attack his warrior right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Attack it.
Okay. Stu, you took
Can
one
it?
damage. Yeah.
Are you able to attack from diagonals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any space that is adjacent to the target to the targeted space.
So that goes in my graveyard. Yeah.
Yep. And now your warrior takes 1 damage. Now the the woodwind warrior takes 1 damage.
Flanking words. Where did the flanking card come from?
Yep. And now your second. Now your other guy flips over. Okay. So what does he do?
Well, he said from once per turn from your reserve swap out, so it doesn't happen immediately.
So yeah, it doesn't happen immediately. Yeah.
It doesn't say when revealed.
But it says one. Yeah. Oh yeah. It starts hidden, but you don't. Yeah, it just says once per turn. So once per turn, yeah, you can swap out any of your hidden stuff for things that are in your hand to re-up.
Yeah.
Switching them out.
Did I delete the wrong deck?
So I have to take a card from my.
Yep. Now you have to take a card from your hand and put it into his graveyard.
Okay. Sure.
So another minor nitpicky thing. I think start hidden and the second part of Commander Reed's ability, I think those should be separate. I don't think there should be, because these two are independent of one another. Like the start hidden thing is independent, it seems.
Yeah, on a separate line.
Uh,
I guess you could make the argument that it is only active once it is revealed, but
yeah, so that is
the way it's worded.
It's a holdover from the original. The original ability was you got his ability when he flipped over, so the hidden was connected to it. But from one of our other playtests, I think Alex changed it to always be active, and now the start hidden just is a thing that all woodwinds start hidden. That's their trait. That is literally their faction trait.
Gotcha. Well, I still have one more attack.
Yep.
So,
or yeah, you can attack again, or you can move. It's up to move, or you can. Yep.
I'm gonna swing again.
Okay.
I'm gonna wipe out 2 of his squads in the first turn.
Who are you targeting? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I can attack diagonal. That's.
Yep. So you have to choose who you're going to attack.
You can hit if you hit the commander, then you affect this squad as well.
Again, Wooly didn't know how to like.
I think I'm just gonna
his placement.
I'm just gonna wipe these 2 squads out, so I'm gonna attack the middle again.
Oh, attack the middle again. Okay.
Yep.
So then, yep. First things first, the priest goes, and then the warrior goes, and then your commander takes 1 damage. Okay, and that is the end. That is the end of your turn.
Okay.
Very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Like knocking down bowling pins.
Okay. So
James, for some reason, I don't know why, but I think this actually just denied the upload that I chose. So I think we're still
Really?
using old cards. I
Ah,
have these
okay.
why
rotated.
is this stack of oh, it's this. Oh, that's a squad 4. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. The chunk. It's a chunk. He's chunky. Oh, we didn't explain free action.
Oh yeah.
Is free action in the rule set?
I did read something about free action, but it didn't make a lot of sense. Free action, it doesn't count towards the
Your action stone.
action stone, whatever
Yep.
that is. Once per game. Once per game, use a free action. Per
Basically,
game.
everybody gets a free. Everybody gets a free action.
Oh, it's like one of the list of actions or whatever. You can
Yep.
just do it.
Yep.
As
You
a,
can
as
basically
an
get a
extra.
fourth. You get a fourth one, but only once per game. Yep.
I don't know. I guess I will.
Here you go. You can have a action stone.
I will. No, I'm just going to attack these guys here with my commander.
Okay.
So attack 2. Is that 2 power or 2 times?
So no, that's 2 times.
2 cards.
Yeah, yeah. Or two. Just he can attack twice. Everybody deals 1 damage. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So 1 action, 2 attacks.
No. So no, it would be 1 action, 1 attack, but you can attack. For another action, he can attack again.
But
basically, he's a warrior. He's like the.
Yeah. No, I understand, but that's confusing.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it says attack 2, right? But that is kind of meaningless because it nowhere does it say that so that means, because you're saying that you can move 3 times, you can do okay, I get. So
I will say I side with David on this because
I guess it's like, so each unit or each squad
Each squad.
or commander, well, each squad can only attack per turn the number of times in its attack value, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it's basically each of the. So yeah, okay. You know, the squad value and the attack and distance are like, squad is separate. It should be a separate thing. It shouldn't be in the same, because they're kind of they're different values, different types of values. But anyways, okay, so that's what. Okay, now I get it, because I can attack it twice. So I'm going to attack once, and then I'm going to attack twice as a second action. I'm going to attack.
But yeah, I do agree with David on that one. I think it is a little inconsistent in that regard, because if distance is always 1 action but multiple spaces, it is confusing to have attack be
multiple attacks.
Right.
Okay, so I'll move there, and then I will attack. So I have to reveal to attack. Right?
So Should I, before you do that, should I mention the my priest?
Yes. Yep.
So my priest's ability
okay,
is
I see.
upon entering an adjacent square.
Okay, so
Now-
I attacked. So I did one action, so I'm going to do two actions. And
So you would.
then-
Mhm.
and I'm gonna.
So then that would be the third action.
There we go. That's it.
Wait, you said you attacked twice, correct?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that would be
Yep.
the third action.
that
Oh,
would be the third action. Yep. So you attack twice with your commander, then you moved once with your commander. That would be the three. You can use an action stone to do a fourth
yeah. I'll use
action
that.
if you want
That's
to.
fine.
Is he allowed to deploy for free?
No, okay, no.
It
He could
costs an
use his
action.
action. He could use his action stone to deploy. Yes.
Okay, so deploying requires actions. Okay.
Yes. Deploying. Yep. Deploying requires actions.
Okay, so maybe I will use my action stone to. Well, okay, I'm done.
Okay. Um. I'm going to. I don't know what I'm going to do.
So can we move into each other's safe zone?
Yep.
Okay.
No man's land. You can't deploy in no man's
Okay,
land, and you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
deploy into the enemy safe zone.
Yeah,
You
I
can
wouldn't
move.
call it. I wouldn't. I don't know what your future plans on what to call that area, but I wouldn't call it the safe zone
The safe. Mhm.
because it's not a safe zone. Safe zone implies that you're protected, that nobody can, that you can't, that it's safe from attack. That's the implication.
It probably should be referred to as deploy zone. I think that was
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think this whole board is actually an outdated version. I'm looking at another
Unless, of
one.
course, you want to have that first row to be a safe zone, and then you move into the active zone.
No, I think that starts to muddle things up a little bit more. I like to just to call it deploy zone.
Yeah.
And especially in the fact that like once you start getting into some of the other factions, like there's a lot more that can be done to within those areas. So.
So what are you thinking, Stu?
So, for movements, do I have to take the full distance?
No, you do not have to.
I thought
Okay.
we did say you had to.
Mm-mm.
Isn't that
No, it's
'cause
just
the number of
Yeah.
spaces indicated by their distance stat once per turn? I thought we did.
Yeah.
state
And nowhere
that.
did I see it say up to. So
The amount of
the-
spaces
the-
you can
the
move.
implication.
Okay, yeah. So
yeah, it's just can you can
Yeah.
move, yeah.
oh,
So when it says attack squads 2 spaces away, does that mean that 2
On the
spaces between, or on the second
On-
spaces where I
on
can
the
attack?
on the second space.
Okay. For first action, then, I'm going to move this rogue. Second action, I'll move this rogue. No, I'll move my commander up 1. And then I will attack this middle space with my rogue. That'll be my third action.
He can attack at distance, yeah?
Yes, he can.
That's 2 spaces away, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this guy's revealed. Age, and revealed, switch places with an ally. I don't have anybody that's like super defensive. So when I switch places, if I switch place with a hidden ally,
Mm-hmm. The ally will now be in the target of the attack and be receiving the attack and have to do the same thing the mage just did.
and have to flip.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll hold on to just so the mage is gonna flip here, move here, and switch places with this guy, and then he's gonna flip, and then he's going to move out of the way.
Yep, that is correct.
Oh, wow.
Yep, all of that was correct. Yes, you can do all of it. Yep.
Okay.
So I wanted the feel for the Woodwinds are effectively the weakest faction, but I wanted to give that feel of, okay, because they die in 2 hits when like most other things are chunkier and can take, do more damage and stuff like that. I wanted to give evasion there, I wanted to give that feeling of like, oh, now you think you got me. Oh no, but you didn't. Oh, I thought you got this one. Nope, I got this one instead. So like, yeah, that's exactly how that's supposed to play out. That was exactly how that was supposed to play out.
Excellent. Do you have more actions?
He has his free action if he wants it, but other than that,
do I is the question. Sure, I'll use my free action to move my warrior back 1 space.
Interesting. Okay, so I will move. My first action will be to move this guy up. He doesn't yet get revealed, or does he reveal?
Wait, did he move into? Nope, the priest is over. So no, he is not revealed. He's still just moved. Yep.
Okay, but then when he attacks, then he has to get revealed, right?
Nope.
Oh, he attacks at 1 without revealing. But
so yep, we made it so that you can actually still attack and deal damage from hidden. If they didn't reveal you and you didn't choose to reveal yourself, you can still do damage. They didn't catch you.
So that was 1 action. So this will be. So I'm going to reveal, and then I'm going to attack this guy.
Yep. So you get a free attack just for revealing.
Well, I guess this guy goes.
Yep. You capture the rogue.
Yeah. And then I will. My third action is I will attack the rogue again.
Yep. And then you capture the rogue. Very nice.
Still a fairly even split across the board.
Yeah. Which makes me happy because, I think a lot of times that opening warrior play from the lizards is really scary. It is, which is supposed to be. It's supposed to be scary. You have, lizard warrior coming in and just shredding 3 of your freaking, troops.
Yeah. I also like how you guys have completely swapped positioning. Like your checkerboard now, Dave or David.
Yeah.
And Stu is now basically in a line.
The wall. Yeah, you got the wall and the checkerboard. Yep.
Okay. So it's my.
You can't approach his priest at all. There's no. You'd have to have the ability to shoot 2 spaces, or you have to kind of avoid the priest.
So, well, the interesting thing is the funny thing is remember, not everybody has range. the woodwinds, you're at a disadvantage against that priest because your guys are so frail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is why there's more than just one faction, so that you might be like, oh shoot, this might not be the most ideal faction for fighting the lizards, or maybe you just main the woodwinds and you just destroy them somehow.
Also, that priest right there is another reason why flip effects always go off first. We wanted to make sure that no matter what happens, if you get hit and you're hidden and you're playing the Woodwind faction, you will always get your ability. So, like, think about it this way: the priest has 3 health, but if you move your Woodwind warrior into the priest, you take damage, which causes your warrior to flip over.
Yep.
And you get a free hit on the priest, and the priest can't attack back. Like, it can't attack you. You know what I mean? You took damage entering into that space. So you can take out the priest, but it's going to be really hard for the woodwinds to do that.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be really hard for them. Or you might want to throw a mage up there, have the mage hidden, gets their ability, and then flip that out for either one of your commanders, which has a much larger health pool. Like, there's yeah.
You don't want to give them all the strategies.
Not all the strategies. Yeah, but and it's interesting now. All the woodwinds are revealed, so it's gonna be interesting to see what.
I will say it is somewhat of a, I don't want to say a wall, but it is very difficult to approach because you pretty much regardless you are going to take damage. And even if you have a more tanky squad, it's really discouraging to lose a unit, because then even if you approached me and took out one of my priest's health, I could just move it back and force you to approach me again.
But if you move it back, you are now limiting the area that he's covering too.
Right.
It makes him less. It really does actually make him a bit less effective the further back he is.
Now, when it says squads take 1 damage, is that just when they enter an adjacent square?
Correct. They have to enter on the priest.
Gotcha.
And we looked up that word. We made sure that wording was sound too, because like we were like, wait, can the priest move forward and deal damage? And like that started getting a little ridiculous. You just have like a wall of priests just moving forward, burning everything.
Yeah. All right. So it's my turn currently, or okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna move my commander forward. I'm going to not attack. I'm going to use his ability instead. Now, does this also apply to friendlies?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to instead move it forward 2 spaces instead. And then I'm going to use his ability.
I think we did state something about friendly fire.
Yeah. And remember, our biggest thing was about, like, remember, because the lizardmen faction, and I think the humans as well, were like, what do we do with friendly fire? And like specifically, like with what Rexar does, friendly fire,
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna take the full distance for his move instead, and then I'm going to use his ability. So that'll just be this one and this one. And then, because that was only 2 actions, I'm gonna do it again. king me. Okay. It'd be David's turn again. Of course, I have left myself in a precarious spot.
Yeah.
I have no more hidden squads.
So you do not have to deploy a complete squad.
No, I know.
All their free actions have been used up too.
Okay, so I'm going to attack commander, I guess, with my commander. Oh, I didn't. That wasn't an action. That was no. Yeah, that was no. That's swap out. That's I didn't have a hidden.
So
thing,
deploy
action.
is an action. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did an action. So second action is to attack, and I'll just attack him twice. So I'll lose 2 cards.
Okay.
I'm dead. All you have to do is attack me once, and I'm done. I wouldn't even spend time thinking about it. Just do a first action, attack my commander, and I have to get rid of my last card in my reserves, and that's an end go win condition.
Okay.
David's like, kill me.
Well played.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Boom. I'm dead.
Yeah. Well done. Well done.
I like the quickness of it. Oh man, it took us a long time to get there, but
Yeah.
But once you figure out how to play, like the next game would be pretty quick.
I don't know. There's got to be a way to like because it's a pretty. When it's all said and done, it's a pretty simple game, and
Yeah.
and like you were saying, like all the rules should be on the cards themselves. You should almost, especially in most card games, I feel you should almost never have to look at the rule book. I would think because it is relatively simple, and yeah, and it's quick.
I really wanted somebody like if you've played like chess or checkers, you could play this game. That was one of the goals I had with this. Like if you know how checkers or chess works, you can play this game.
But you can't do this kind of maneuver.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
I wish if you could, man, that would be amazing.
There is a card that can do that.
Okay, good.
Well, so and that's the thing. I wanted to make sure that like all of these little stuff that are in chess and checkers are also in our game. Are also in this game.
Yeah.
Like so like the human rogue is not hindered by troops on a space when they move. So a human rogue can literally move and jump over cards.
Okay, cool.
So and there's no limit to it theoretically. So this would count as one move. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, there's and that was also something I really wanted to do. I wanted to make sure because everything was really boiled down to, move, attack, deploy, try to win before your opponent does. I wanted there to be a lot more openness on what people were able to do. Like I wanted things to be able to get a little weird, a little crazy. Like when your chain reaction with all the flip effects happened, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted someone to feel like, oh wow, cool, like they almost had me, but I did this and moved this around. Like I want people to find those kind of things within.
I would definitely suggest that for the wins, whatever
Woodwind. Yep, just like a woodwind instrument.
Yeah. I would. There. Maybe it's the commander. There should be a way to because the power of this faction is so dependent on those when revealed actions, which are cool. But it seemed to me that once I got everything revealed, I was kind of at this. I don't have any special action, any special powers anymore. My special powers have been spent.
You
While
have
my opponent always had the priest, the one thing that could flip another thing. But once your priest is revealed, then you can't flip anymore. So I just think that there should be a persistent ability to flip a squad.
so with
Over
and this
or
is
something.
why this character's a little bit more complex. Specifically Reed is even harder than I would say Kestra. Kestra is once per turn as an action hide one friendly squad. Whereas Reed is all about swapping out and confusing people on the inside.
But it says that you have to it's swap out one of your hidden squad. Now, if the idea was to swap out a revealed with a newly hidden squad, then I would go then that would be okay. That would work for me. But the fact is that once you have no more hidden squads, you can't use your commander's power anymore. Right?
I actually was watching that too, and I think the change literally just could be from your reserve, swap out one of your squads hidden, like just one of your squads, period, hidden or otherwise.
Exactly.
That way it's always active. That way you always have, like, I'm thinking
that would make a huge difference in this faction's power.
I think so too. And again, like Alex, they're weak enough that like I don't think that would break anything. You know what I mean? Because, especially the fact that like they're so weak once they're revealed. You know what I mean? Now you still have an army, you can still move and attack and stuff like that. And you were also playing one of a pretty strong counter. With
a pretty rough setup too. Like
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure the lizards are. Originally, I thought that the lizards would be a hard counter to the goblins, but after seeing how the game actually works, I changed my mind on that. But I'm pretty sure this matchup is like very much so a hard counter, because what I'm assuming was supposed to happen is you activate your abilities gradually over time, but the lizards just force you to activate them all pretty much immediately.
Well, and if David didn't just put everybody next to each other, like if you spread them out, that's at least how I would play the woodwinds, is I would have them much more spread out, and I would end up targeting and having things chain a little bit better, like making sure that my mage is the first thing that's hit, so that gets swapped out, so that then I can put in a rogue or a warrior, and then that warrior can mess up your warrior more. Depending
and again,
on
like that's something you have to learn from like playing the matchups and knowing the deck. Like it's very interesting. You picked the hardest faction to play in the game. and I think it showed. I think it did show.
I will say there was a point in the middle of the game where we were pretty close. Like I got a good hit on him in like the first half, but then he was kind of bringing it back there.
Yeah.
I think
you still had stacks of like a stack of 3 priests there, which is almost impossible for me to, I guess you're.
Which is what I was.
Well, the priest can't attack. The priest you have to move. The only way the priest can damage is if you move into their area.
I realize that, but it would be difficult for me to.
It's scary.
It would have been difficult for me to move in, to even like to here or something like that. You know what I mean? If I wanted to try to move across, it would have been difficult because I would be constantly getting attacked getting damaged by the priest and stuff. So that was scary. Just having that sitting there kind of made a lot of my decisions, for me, kind of thing.
And actually, it's funny. I very much like that. I like that the priest is it's one of I wanted to make an aggressive pacifist, almost like, you know what I mean, where it's like, oh, this is a unit that And the funny thing is, he didn't even use the priests nor the ability that all priests have. Like all priests can protect a unit that's adjacent to them, but the lizard priest rarely ever really uses their own ability because it literally has a giant AOE shield around it that it literally protects through damage. It protects through damage, which is a unique. I thought that was a very unique way of. I wanted to make a support unit that supported through damage, but indirectly. You know what I mean? It doesn't attack, but it's something you have to keep an eye out for because all of the other Lizardmen cards are so aggressive. They're so go up in your face, go up in your face, go up in your face.
Did you
know what I mean?
play a priest, or was the priest the first one who died?
Yeah,
He
Priest
had-
was one of the first ones that died.
Yeah, he got targeted early.
So you weren't able to utilize your protect as much.
No.
Because that would
Mhm.
also the protect ability actually is a
it is-
nice
it is.
counter to the priest, the lizard priest ability.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because basically you just throw a protect on another unit and walk them into damage.
Mhm. Yeah. And again, keep in mind, did you get a chance to look at the other commander for the Woodwinds?
No, I didn't notice that there was.
So I put the two commanders next to each other. Read the ability of the other commander, and then I want you to think about how much different you think the game would have been, even just your match here would have been with that commander instead.
Oh yeah, would have been. I would have felt a little bit more. Yeah, that would have been better.
And that's something I wanted too. Is that like I wanted somebody like your initial setup and the way a match can go can be completely different depending on which commander you choose.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean? And-
would. Making it an action though. I'm not 100% sure.
For which one?
The commander one there, Jestra.
Once
It says
returned
once
as an
returned
action.
as an action. So one of your precious 3 actions. You have to. That's what you're doing. I'm not sure about that. I think this seems a bit punitive.
But
Mhm.
remember, the hidden abilities are really strong. Like if you are spending an action to hide your warrior now has a free defensive attack. Because the other player may know this is a warrior, but as soon as they attack this warrior, they know it's going to get flipped over.
Yeah,
When
I guess
revealed,
it's-
perform that free action. So
Also, if that warrior is connected to something squishier, like even in this situation right here, if this warrior gets attacked, he gets a free attack. It's not stated that the attack
has
is
to be
against
the
the person.
attacker.
Has to be the person that attacked it.
Yeah,
It can be something.
Yeah, I'd have to see it play out or whatever, but that wasn't just first
Mhm.
idea was that it might be. But I mean, yeah, you're right. They reveal attacks, but that would make a big difference. That just being able to hide during the game, being able to for what in one way or another re-hide, reveal the squads or whatever. That would make a huge difference to this faction's gameplay.
Yeah. We also wanted to have the priest be able to be meaningful as well. Like I even looked. I was like, had the priest been on the sides,
yes, I saw that too.
Like the very fact that your priest died first, I think changed so much about what happened in that first initial battle. Because had the warrior been flipped over, the warrior would have attacked the other warrior and then taken damage. Then the priest would have flipped over, which would have put your warrior down. You know what I mean? And then you know what I mean. You would his warrior
that would have slowed that engagement a lot.
It would have massively slowed that engagement. Yeah. But it's and I hope you guys are seeing that there is, aside from again, right now, hashing out the minutia of the wording and making sure the language is clear. It's such a simple game that I think sometimes it gets muddled in complexity of language. You know what I mean? Like attack. Well, what is attack? You know what I mean? Like I wanted to make sure that like all damage is 1. Like me and Alex and I we'd figured out that all damage is 1. You know what I mean? And that makes things super simple. I hit you, I do damage. You hit me, you deal damage. I block 1 damage, you block 1 damage. You know what I mean? Like that way it's never like, oh, I did 15 hits here, or I did 6 hits here. You know, things can attack multiple times, but the damage is always 1. Like you have 3 actions, possibly 4, you know, with the special stone. You always do 1 damage. You move 1 space unless something special, you know, using very small numbers. Honestly, there should be nothing in this game bigger than 5. Like nothing, no number in this game should be bigger than 5 on a card. You see what I'm saying? And like that way, because we're dealing with such small increments, they're very easy to very easy to explain, very easy. Once you guys got into the flow of the game, things started like just popping off.
Yeah, it's that initial, and this is just a struggle with every game, is if you just plop someone in front of a new game, the first time they play it, it's usually very challenging to get through the first game, dry run. But as you guys,
I would give people a optimal first play setup for each faction.
Yeah.
And even remove some factions and say these are the recommended first, like these are recommended pairs for people, you know what I mean? So say,
absolutely,
you know, that kind of thing.
Well, that's why we started with the human faction, and the human faction is probably the most vanilla, like
humans and lizards. Humans and lizards are like the best starter faction to really fight against.
Then if I was you know, presenting this to new players, I would come up with like a good starting layout, you know, good starting deployment for both factions, and just give them those factions. And that was it. You know, that would be it. That would be the way I would start the game.
Although I do think people are having way too much fun with them. People are having so much fun with the lizards. And seriously, how did you like the lizards, Potato?
I really like the crowd control style of play. I almost feel like they should. See, I'm scared of, because I hate to point fingers.
No.
Part of me almost wants to say they should be squishier, but at the same time, it's like I'm not blaming David, but at the same time, he literally like lined me up for the perfect setup for lizards. It's like it's like giving me a bowling ball and then putting the pins down.
No, that's fine.
So I would want to see a game in which we do the same setup, but with a different starting thing, like where the woodlands are all like spread out.
Yeah. And again,
it's almost like you designed a game that has replayability.
And that's what I want people to. I want that is exactly the sentiment I want out of this game, where people are like, okay, well, what happened? What would happen if I did this though? All right, I don't know. Let's go buy the game, go over, try it out.
I think if he kept them all spread out, I feel like I'd have I feel like the game would have been so much different. I feel like I would have had a very difficult time trying to keep up.
And again, so something I want to know from you: what did it feel like to play against the Woodwinds? Like,
it was kind of scary, but also kind of like I don't know. Like,
I love how both of you stated that each other's armies were scary.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what was gonna be what was the thing. So I didn't know if I was about to trigger an event that was just like gonna cost me a ton.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know how to word it.
Yeah.
Because it really felt like gambling almost.
Okay.
I'm neither saying that's a good thing nor a bad thing. It's something that, again, would definitely need a lot more like play testing, because I don't For all I know, it could very well be the most obnoxious thing in the game where it's just like, I hate it. It's very possible that it's just like, it feels terrible to fight against, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But as it currently stands, I actually really like the flip mechanics. I do agree with David. I think there should be if they're going to be, I like how powerful they are. I don't think I would give them a super consistent way to reflip over, but I would give them something to occasionally flip back over, just so they can use their abilities more than once.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you do have the priest, which does allow you to flip 2 other squads back over.
Yeah, like the priest is pretty. The priest is powerful, and I think
if it's not the first one that's killed.
Yeah,
I was gonna say the big problem with the priest though is it's very squishy by itself, and if all your other cards are already flipped over, like you almost want to trigger this one, which then it becomes a game.
Yeah,
and it almost becomes a game of werewolf.
Yes.
Which one? Okay.
Yes.
That's kind of interesting.
Yep. Also, remember, like, and that's why I wanted to make sure that like every one of the woodwinds synergizes together. Your priest and your warrior, right? So like the rogue is just you missed.
Yeah.
You missed.
But you can locate your rogue into a better location. But the rogue in this case is actually very similar to every other person's rogue.
Yeah, all rogues are 2 health. So, well, the funny thing is that the rogue, all rogues are 2 health. So it's not really any different than anybody else's rogue. Their mage can attack, and it's technically the chunkiest mage in the game. All mages only have 1 health. The woodwind mage has 2 health. Or 2 squad size, basically.
Well, it can have 2 health is the thing.
It can, yeah. Theoretically, if you wanted to... you're right. It's not guaranteed, but like if you want to make sure that you're... that is also another mechanic that is interesting with the woodwinds. Because all of their starting things are 2, except for the commander, all of their starting positions are 2 stacks.
Yeah, they're anonymous.
Yeah, are a 2-stack anonymous. So it's always a 2-stack here. And the mage itself, on like when you deploy it, it will always be, you should deploy it as a 2-stack. But you might not want to deploy it as a 2-stack. Okay, I'm just gonna deploy a 1 mage. I know that I'm gonna get that. You're always gonna get value off of a hidden card. I always wanted to make sure that. So like, okay, all my stuff is revealed. Everything else is revealed. Okay, now I have a mage here. I'm going to deploy the mage so that even if the mage does get hit, it dies, but I still get... Or
the mage won't die. The mage will swap out with someone else.
Yeah. Or like if you mage into priest, mage flips over.
Oh, yeah.
Swaps place with priest, causing priest to flip over, causing your mage and
then
your...
maybe like a rogue or some other unit.
Or something else to flip over. You know, the mage is always going to guarantee you value even after it's... Well, once it goes off. So, yeah.
I have a really potentially stupid suggestion for the woodwind priest.
Okay.
It might be terrible. It might, I don't know. So bump its health up, or its squad size up to 3, and change its ability to be once per turn if a squad is revealed, restore 1 health to it, but pay 1 health to flip a squad over. So like give it like 2 different abilities almost.
I think
So
they want to keep all the squads at 2 size 2, so you don't know which one's which.
Yeah, the anonymity of the woodwinds. Though I do like that note as a possible another faction.
I was thinking that. I was thinking of that too.
That's an entire other combo of skills.
Like, pay health to do something.
Like a
To do something,
necromancy
yeah.
faction.
Yep.
Necromancy faction. That'd be pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
One commander could be a vampire, the other one could be raising the dead. So one like uses health against, it uses its own people's health, or yeah, and then the other one uses like the enemy's team, which I think we actually have something like that drafted already.
Hmm?
I
Something that
thought we were
uses
working on
the
something like that.
something that uses the enemy's
Yeah,
side.
one that raises the dead, and the
Oh,
other
we
one that
we wrote that down. We did write
yeah.
that down in a list of abilities. So yeah. But yeah, and again, this game is, because of the simplicity, I wanted this game to be super modular too. Like, you can see you guys are already starting to think of other abilities and other things that would work in this same format. So that's the goal. So yeah.
So Stu, you're gonna be making another faction, right? No.
I'm gonna make it the most annoying faction possible to play, not to play against. It's like someone's gonna pick up the faction and like by their first turn, they're like, "What the fuck is this? Why did I pick this?"
So we're gonna start adding rotation to cards. You have to rotate a card 3 times.
No, you have to rotate a card 4 times
4
every time you
times.
want to do something.
Yeah.
That's the commander's ability. It's you have to just rotate your card 4 times.
Rotate your card.
You can have as many turns up to the number of your social security, but you have to read it out every single turn.
Every time, yes. Yep. Social security, age, and phone number, please.
Mother's maiden name.
You may have the amount of turns up to your mother's maiden name.
Yeah. But yeah. I hope you guys like the game enough that we can play another. We'll have to play another round sometime, and maybe next Monday you guys can choose 2 other factions and go head to head, or pick the same ones and see what happens. Like, yeah,
I'd be happy to do another playtest. I want to also get a playtest of David's other game that we were doing. I had to bail out one week because I had to wake up early for work, and I never got to finish that.
Right. Yes, I still got to update some of the graphics and things like that, but I'll try to have that done for the next. Well, I mean, next Monday is a special day.
I was gonna say next Monday is Christmas. I don't know about that.
Is it?
And
Yeah,
the following
it is.
Monday is January 1st.
Christmas
So
is a
we'll
week
probably
away,
won't
and then
get together again for 3 weeks.
Oh, I'll be here on Monday.
He said, "I'll be here." Y'all weak. Some of the holidays has made you weak.
Christmas, what's that?
I mean, Christmas is a morning thing. I'll be here. Santa Claus
love
comes
it.
by only and I open my presents and I go back to game design, because that's all Alex does is design games.
Yeah. Well, I have
Yeah.
to be a
Santa
family.
Claus stops by, I beat his ass to remind him not to come over, and then go about my day.
Steal a few cookies while I'm at it. No, I would exploit Santa Claus for a playtest session.
Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is for you to help me playtest.
Can I use some of those extra elves?
Dear Santa, can they stop by for a little bit? I'll provide milk and cookies.
So, do we have the brain power to do a couple of rounds of my game? Or is it too late?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm good.
Okay. You get it. So I can actually choose
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah.
You've given me. Okay, I'm loading it now. Okay. So seeing as though there's 4 of us.
Oh, are we doing it right now? I was gonna say I gotta go to bed.
Okay, so there's 3 of us.
It's like 10 o'clock.
That's what I was wondering. I was thinking, like, Stu's up late. Oh,
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Look,
Now, I haven't seen this game before. What is this?
If you want, you can do a quick rundown of it, just for Stu's, if you want to just see it.
In this game, the players are gods essentially who are kind of helping their believers build a better civilization.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
by the
I'm actually like, I don't even know what the game is, and I'm already like super like, man, I'm actually kind of upset that I have to go to bed.
Do you though?
I
Do
mean,
you
I'll
have
be here
to
on
go to bed?
Christmas.
I literally do have to go to bed. Can you? Okay, do me this solid, David, if you wouldn't mind. If you let Alex download this, I will jump on Monday with Alex and play test this. If not earlier even.
Okay. Sure.
Wait, earlier than Monday? Oh,
I mean,
wait, it
if
is
you're
Monday. Okay, sorry. I I don't know why I thought it was Sunday today. So I was like, Stu, you have Monday's tomorrow. And then I realized
what is
today's
your
Monday.
sense of time?
I don't have time.
Are
Time
you
is
good?
time
Why
is
are
an
these
anomaly.
so weird?
I live as a hermit. I don't talk to people.
What do you mean you don't talk to people? I
I
don't
actually
talk to people. You don't know what it means to be a hermit.
But we're people.
No, you aren't. You're figments of my imagination.
I was gonna say, I made you guys up.
Figment.
That is weird. My meeples are like really weird.
Are you
Why
compensating?
they're so tall. So, anyways, yeah. So your gods, and the main aspect of the main sort of the currency of the card of the game is these cards here, which are sort of the influence cards, or they represent the people's worship. So the red cards are called deeds. So so the adventurers go in the gods in your name. People perform deeds that give you energy or power. And the green cards are offerings, which is the regular people give you offerings, and then the orange cards are rituals. So the priests perform rituals that give you energy, and so you're going to have a handful of these cards, and then everything that happens in the game, almost everything that happens in the game, is spending these cards. All that information is on this thing in the center. So there's essentially four main actions that you can do: recruit, build, reap, and devotion. And the like move is a sort of a separate thing it's not really an action. That because it's something that you have to do on your turn. The first thing you're going to do is do move, and you have movement points. You start with 2 movement points, and those can increase at various points in the game. You will do a move, and then what happens is that the actions are on the land tiles themselves, are on the hexes. So each hex has an action, one of the four actions. And so when you're going to start out the game with, like, say with a little setup like this kind of thing, okay? And so the way an action is activated is that you flip one of your movement points, and you move your guy, you move your believer to an action spot. Say this one, for instance. So that's the recruit action. So as soon as you move the guy to a recruit action, then you can now spend cards to do the recruit action. So you can recruit another believer, just a low ranking believer person, or you by spending green cards, you can spend red cards to convert that believer into a warrior,
Oh.
or you can spend the orange cards to convert the believer into a priest. Okay, and so and basically And you can spend as many cards as you want. You can do as many recruit actions as you want up until you run out of cards to do that action. Each one of the units has a special little power. I'm not going to get into that right now. But one of the biggest thing that happens is that when you do the build action, so say you move, so the recruit action was activated by moving into the recruit space. So to do a build action, so you notice that this is build. Now I don't have enough movement points because it costs 2. You can see here, it's written here, it costs 1 movement point to move into green, and it costs 2 movement points to move into orange and gray, mountains and desert. So if I had the 2 movement points, I could move my priest into the desert, and that activates a build action. If I had the cards, I could spend 3, well, it would be 4 because it's on a, so 3 plus 1, I would have to spend 4 orange cards, and then I would turn my priest into a temple. That would add a devotee onto the temple, and so then I will get into that in those in a sec. So and then you would the green would then get 4 victory points. You add the victory points. See, it's 3 victory points is nominal amount of point value, but it's 4 victory points if you build on the desert. It costs you 1 extra card to build on the desert, but you get more points if you build on the desert. And same thing with the fortress. It's normally 2, but if you build on the mountain, it costs you 1 card extra, but you get an extra point, so it's 3 instead of 2. And basically that's the way the game works. And you as soon as you get the points from building buildings, as soon as you get up to the game ends when somebody gets up to 15, and then you finish that round, and then whoever's the winner. So these are oracle cards. So what that does is so throughout each round. So at the beginning of the round, at the very first round, it's like this. So there's no active oracle card. We're just looking at what's to come. Okay, and what's the top part is something bad kind of that happens, right? This is like it costs 1 extra card to put these special characters on the board, the hero and the prophet. This one it says it costs you 1 extra red card to build a fortress. So at the oracle phase, and then the below part is like you'll get a victory point. You'll get victory points for the condition. So you'd get a victory point for each fortress that you have, or a victory point for each special units that you have. So when the oracle phase comes, the cards move. And then now this is the active for the next round. That's the active oracle card with the bad thing at the top, and at the end of the round you calculate your points based on the bottom part. And then every round it just keeps adding, keeps moving over. You can always prepare for what's coming, and then hopefully gain the benefits of a couple points during the active round. And then devotion. So there's recruit, build. Reap is just basically when you the game there will always be a card market consisting of stacks of these cards. Okay, so when you do the reap action, which is this one here, right? So that means you can take a card and put it into your hand from the stack of 3 cards. Three different stacks. So basically you're able to add more cards to your hand that way, but you will have to spend them eventually because you have at the beginning of each round you can't have more than a certain number of cards in your hand. So that's the reap action. So the recruit is get more guys or upgrade your guys. The build is to turn the guys into buildings. One of the buildings can be upgraded 2 times, so you can turn a village into a town, and then you can turn that town into a city. And then so that's the recruit is get guys. Build is turn the guys into buildings for points. Reap is get more cards. And then devotion is you're going to be moving these meeples down this path, and you'll get benefits for meeples occupying the certain spaces. And you'll you'll also add new meeples to the path using that action. So what'll happen is if you can get one of these yellow or orange meeples to this area here, spend 3 cards, move the meeple to the very end, and then you can add your prophet to the board. And the prophet has a special power allowing you to gain more cards during the reap action. So and then if you get meeples into this area, so you can get either the hero or you can just collect points. This is how the points break down. So if you have 3 different ones like I have here, right? So that would and I move those during the devotion action. I just move those to the end here. Then I would get 4 victory points for that kind of thing. So so essentially, so that's you get points for the buildings, you get points for the special units, and you get points for having your devotees reach the end of the track. And that's pretty much the game. There's ships, so basically you can add a ship. Water's impassable, but if you add a ship, then you can move units across to anything across the water. Without counting that hex as a step. And that's it. That's the game. Everything's about your movement points, because you have to spend the movement points to then move your unit to a new location to activate an action. And then say, for instance, if I just moved to a build action here, but if I say had this guy here, and I move to a build. First of all, the basic believer reduces the cost to build by 1 card, so it would only be 3 red cards to build a fortress here. But once I build a fortress there, that's going to activate the action on that space. So I'll then be able to recruit. So I can then, if I had the cards, I could turn this guy into a priest, for instance, or whatever. So and then once I recruit there, you can see I've recruited onto this action. Now I've activated the build action again. If I had the cards to be able to build, I could build again, and so on and so forth. So basically, anytime something happens on a hex, whether somebody moves to it or recruited onto it or built on it or what have you, if you move your ship to a new location, has to be adjacent to one of your guys, but this would be illegal. But anyways, if this guy was here, then it would be this moving here would be legal. Then that would activate that action, the build action that's represented on that hex. So anyways, so that's the whole game.
The whole game. So the objective of the game is like we're trying to get the most amount of land or the most amount of movement.
No, you're the most amount of buildings.
Oh, okay.
Because that's how you gain the most points, is through buildings.
Right? Okay. So it's like,
so each of your buildings is worth a certain number of points, right? So you want to build buildings. So you need movement to activate actions.
okay.
Right, and then those actions will allow you to you have to first recruit, right? Because and then move the unit that you've recruited to wherever it is that you want to do a building, and then activate a building action that then turns that unit into a structure that will then eventually that will turn into points for you. So your move. So you want to recruit units, move them to where you want to build, then build to get points, and then try to get to 15 or beyond before everybody else. So
That
in a
means
way,
that
it's kind of
max
like,
is 15.
in a way, in that you have a specific, the game ends at a certain point limit, and you're trying to get as many of those points ahead of your opponents as you can before that limit is reached.
Do buildings create meeples?
Well, they don't create meeples themselves, but they don't. Yes, they do. They actually, yes, the meeples, yes. So when you build a building, you automatically put one of the meeples, devotees, on that building, and so
Mhm.
now you have a. So when you do the devotion action, you have a meeple that you can go put on your board on this track.
And it can be a warrior or a priest based on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The color of the devotees really only matters. Like, the red ones can only create. Put you have to have a red one on there to put the hero out. Then you have to have, which is worth 3 points, and then the yellow or orange one you need that to put out the prophet. And then and sort of various combinations of the different colors. So basically, you get more points for having the same color than you do for having different colors, because it's harder to have the same color at the end.
Mhm.
So one meeple is 1 point, but two different meeples is 2 points, and the same meeples is 3 points. Three different meeples is 4 points, but the same meeples is 5 points when you want to score them out when they reach the end of the track. So basically, the phases go. The starting player is determined by like whoever's got the least amount of points is the starting player. On this track here, whoever's the furthest behind is always the starting player. Then everybody in that order, people draw cards from this deck here, and then we do all our moves and actions. So you move, do all the actions that spring from that move, and then the next player moves, does that, and until everybody passes.
So the starting player is sort of like Takedo, where it's always the last person, then the second to last person. We're not going in a circle. We're just
Oh
doing
no,
it
we're
by
always going
value.
in a circle. So it's just
Oh, okay.
basically the person who is the last place is the starting player, and then it just continues around from that person.
Okay.
And then you move an action. Then the oracle. What I explained to you what happens with the oracle. So the top part is active throughout the entire round, and then you only do and then you do the bottom part. You score at the end of that round during the oracle phase, and then the next oracle card moves into place for the following round. And then the last thing to do is worship, which is essentially for the number of players that are playing, you add more cards to the market. So basically, if there's 3 players, then you would add one, 2, 3. It doesn't always work out that it's one of each, but so on. And that's worship. And then we determine starting player, draw cards, do actions, do the oracle, then add more cards to the market, worship, then so on. So that's how the phases of the game work.
What does the 2 question marks equals 1 question mark mean?
Oh, that is basically the question mark that represents an any card.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So basically, any 2 cards, any combination of 2 cards, you can use to represent one of the other card, the missing card or whatever. Like, so basically, if you need 3 reds, but you have 2 reds, green and an orange, so then you can basically spend those 3 reds, the green and the orange, and now you have 4 reds or whatever, right? So basically, that's sort of the two cards equals one of not one of those 2 cards kind of thing.
I thought for a second it was an upside down sunset.
No, it's just basically all the three colors. So it
Yeah, I
represents
see
an
that
end.
now. Now
Yeah,
that you've
yeah,
mentioned it, I was like, I wonder what these mean.
yeah.
'Cause I
So
fl-
like when you build a ship, right? It's two of any card. There's not specific red,
Mhm.
green, or orange. And then when you reap, you can reap whatever color card you want.
Reap your rewards.
So you're reaping like because the card market kind of represents the people's worship, right? The prayers and like the offerings and rituals and deeds done in your name, and then you when you're reaping, you're reaping that energy, that God energy or whatever that you then spend influencing them to build great works like temples and fortresses and cities and things. That's sort of the gist of how the theme works.
To see it played out, it's there's a lot going on, and a lot of cool things going on too. I think it's very interesting. Um, I just can't say much
Yeah,
about it right now
really
because I
quick kind
haven't
of
seen it
run.
in action.
Yeah. I just kind of like downloaded like the entire complex game into your brains. Like, oh, there seems to be missing. That's weird. The yellow player is missing one of his building stacks. That's very, very strange. That something's very off with this mod here.
That's tabletop sim for you.
Yeah.
I think this like that specifically, those kind of bugs don't happen in tabletop playground.
No.
At least not as frequently.
Yeah, like there's something really weird happening with these meeples that last time I was had this open, it wasn't like that, where they're like really, really tall, but they sink halfway into the table.
That's not happening for me.
Oh no?
No, I'm
Oh,
doing
weird.
fine.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's just a weird bug on your end. Because
Yeah,
no, everything looks fine for me.
okay. Yeah, I can. When you're playing with them, it's they're reacting the same way as they are for me or whatever. But you're not seeing that. They're just simply like a normal thickness
Yeah.
meeple. And okay.
Well, there's
And
the whole colorblind thing that goes on with this game. That it's a new bug
yes.
that I found that you just gaslight people into thinking they're colorblind.
Oh, okay. So are they not? Are they
I
red?
have red, green, and yellow, or
Yes,
orange, or whatever this color is.
that's the right color. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've seen it where these have all been one color, and people
Yes.
are like, "Alex, you should really have some unique colors," and you're like, "But they are all unique." What do you mean? Are you colorblind? And they're like, "I don't think I am."
Yeah. I had one mod I had. All the cubes were white,
Oh
and
no.
but people were seeing them as red.
Yeah, it's usually like the red color that gets dominated because I think
And
Stu, that happened with you once, if he's still around.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it happened like last week where we had like uh the pawns for Potion Commotion out, and or was it Potion Commotion? I forgot which game it was. But we had pawns, and we looked at all of them, and it's
no,
like,
I think it was my game.
oh yeah. Um,
Guild and Gold.
it's like maybe you should have some unique colors, and you're like,
We know
Stu,
which is whose.
they are all unique, and he's like, no, they are not. Are you sure you're not colorblind? Um, okay. And to get started, like, what's like
Okay.
the
Well, yeah. Basically, we determine starting player, right? And so we put this pawn in front, right? And then okay, I'm not a good color. Change color, set green, and then so we choose starting player. So let's say I'm the starting player because, and then, well, and then the person who's not the starting player, like basically the last player, so the blue, would then start putting on. They would put on a like they would put on their village, their first village, starting village, and two believers. It all has to be on the green location.
Grassland.
And the believers have to be adjacent to. Whenever you recruit, you always have to place your new recruit adjacent to an existing unit or structure.
So you would have to put it like there and there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then it's you, Alex.
Gives me very Civ vibes.
Yeah, I'm getting some.
So it has to be a green space, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then can I put my 2 units anywhere?
That's to be adjacent to your village.
Okay. Can I put one in the lake?
Nope.
Oh.
Nothing. Only ships can go in the
You
lake.
gotta put one in the lake.
Green.
You got a giraffe. You're not a very benevolent god there, are you?
Can I put it on the gray
No,
area?
it has to be green.
Oh, okay.
Starting placement has to be
Specifically
all.
the okay. Then yeah.
Okay.
I just saw the little. I just saw the 2 little dudes, and I was like, oh, that might be a space. I assume that's a gather information or like what you get from that space.
What space is that?
Oh, the little icons on each of the spaces.
That's the action that gets triggered when you move to it.
Okay. What's the numbers for?
The numbers they're really for no reason. They're just for bookkeeping, like just to
Oh, okay.
just and I kind of eventually intend on making a solo version, so I may use the numbers as part of like telling when the bot said when the bot says go do this or whatever in on tile 8
Actually,
or whatever, you know what I mean, like kind of thing.
So could I also do this?
You could.
Because I feel like this. I kind of. See you, Stu.
Yeah, you completely.
I was gonna say I gotta go to sleep for work.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't forget to download this so we can play test it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah. You too. Yeah.
I'm only doing this just to be as obnoxious as possible. So
yeah, I may have to have a rule that you can't start adjacent to somebody else or whatever, but that really opens things up quite a bit for me. And now, does that ruin the game? I'm sorry, what's your name?
James.
James.
James. Does that ruin the game for James? Maybe. Maybe James would have to do some work to get out of there, but that might actually ruin the game for him. But so I can kind of go.
Or James and I will work together to fight you, or at least I'll tell him that.
Do that. Let's do this.
To fight the likes of the designer.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So
taking
now
my
it's my
location.
turn.
Okay.
Okay. Or do I want to? What I want to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I can do it that way. Okay. So I'm going to spend a movement point. I'm going to move this guy here. Oh, no, hold on. We've got to get our cards. Sec here. Let's so there's 3 of us. Okay, so that should be sec.
So how many cards do we draw?
Just a sec. 3 and let me just kind of oh. You will draw 5. Okay.
5 random ones.
Yep.
Apparently, I
I've
clicked
been playing around with the idea of having a set number. Wow, what the heck?
I went to reach 5 and I think I double tapped 5.
Mm,
I did select all.
okay, so yeah, so we might be okay. And well, what do I want to do here? So I can't. Oh, I guess I could just do that. Oh, and I need my green. Okay, so what I want to do is build the ship. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move. I'm going to spend 1 movement point. Move here, so that activates the recruit action. So you can see this. There's the icon right here for recruit. That's the icon for recruit. So I've activated the recruit action, and I will turn this guy into a warrior. And so I've spent 1 of these, and 1 of these, and 1 of these, and so that I will actually recruit a second guy because I have the cards to do it. Do that.
Stoplight.
Yeah, I'll recruit a second guy, and I'll spend all my cards. All right. So I'm done. So now it's Alex's turn.
Okay, so what you just did was you moved this guy up to here,
Yeah.
which allows you, because you now have a person.
Well, first of all,
Or you have
moving
a
to
recruit.
this location activates the recruit action. Yes.
Yeah. So you're recruiting, which is this section.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you spent.
Okay, so I spent so the first thing it is get a warrior, right? And that cost me 2 red cards, but I only had the 1 red card. So
Yes.
I did this 2 for 1 business.
Oh,
So
okay.
2 equals 1, so that equals 2 red cards.
Oh, okay. So basically, if you spend 3 cards, you get the 2.
Yeah.
If you spend 4, it doesn't really matter what you play. You're gonna get the things. But
Yes.
if you have 4 cards and they're not, I guess you could all have like all red or something, or all green and not get what you need. But okay.
Yeah. And then I spent another 2. So you can do these actions as many times as you have cards to do them or whatever. And then so I spent another 2 green cards to do it to have another belief.
Okay. I just wanted to review that. So on my turn, where am I? I'm right here. Okay. I need to start player, draw cards. Do I draw a card now?
You already drew your 5 cards, didn't you?
Oh, this is a round sequence. Okay.
Yes.
So we're in move and action phase.
Yes.
Okay. And so if I move. Can I move here?
Costs you both your movement points. So if you look, here, right? Green, it costs 1 movement, and the orange, the desert and mountains costs 2. You can do that.
Okay, so this would be a build.
Yeah. So you need to be able to build something.
Do I need
You need a soldier first, or a warrior
okay.
first.
Before I can do something like that? Okay, so that's not an optimal decision. However, moving upward could be potentially good. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I moved there. I can now recruit because I landed on a recruit space. And I can spend 2 reds, if I'm correct,
Mm-hmm.
to
Build a
upgrade
boat.
this guy or this guy to a soldier.
Yes.
Okay. Where's the soldiers? Oh, here they are. And I upgrade him, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And so he just goes back onto your playboard.
And what do they do? Like, not other than just being a soldier, can I fight people with them, or is this just
No,
just for
fighting
leveling up? Okay.
Soldiers have an extra movement,
Okay.
so they come with 1 free movement, essentially.
Oh, okay, wait. In that case, I would be swapping these guys because I see that this guy is you have to have a normal person to be able to build, right?
No, no, no. That means
Oh,
it's -1 card to build. So if it's the believer
mm-hmm.
that activates the action, then the build cost is reduced by 1 card.
Oh, okay.
So that's a special. Each one has a special power. So if the believer activates the action, then the build cost is less by 1 card. The warrior
I see.
comes with a free movement, and the priest will always allow you to, if you activate the reap action with the priest, then you get 1 extra card. Normally you can only take 1. With the priest you can take 2.
Gotcha. I feel like that's a valid move for me to do what I just did. So I'm gonna keep that. I do anything else? Can I recruit more people?
Well, you did do you spent, so you went into here, so you spent both your movement action.
Oh, okay. So a recruiting someone is an action.
No, you move
Oh,
recruiting is an
wait.
action. So
So
what you did is
when
you
I
here,
land in, that's when I can do the recruit. That is not an action in itself. The
yeah,
action is actually doing the movement. Okay.
yeah,
Interesting. I like that.
the move activates the action essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Um, and you moved another dude. That's how you were able to get 2 people.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, you can basically you can none of the actions are limited, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only limitation is how many cards you have. So you can, if you activate a recruit action, you can recruit as many units as you can afford.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, then I would do a recruit for another upgrade, I guess. Or
Yeah, you can if you want to.
yeah, I do want to do another upgrade. Or I want to just get another recruit. Can I just get I can just recruit another recruit, right?
Yeah, another. Yes, you can.
And where
I
can I put
will.
them?
Basically, you can you put it here, 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 or here.
Okay, so they have to, when you're like deploying them or placing them on the field, you have to be on a green space.
No, you have to be adjacent to one of your. Yeah,
But I can't put them in the desert or the lake.
No, no, no.
Okay. Okay.
And so what that does is activates your devotion action, which essentially allows you to take this meeple and put it on there.
And that gives
And
me
that,
a +1 movement.
yeah, you get
Oh, that's what these tokens are for. Okay, I see. These are my like movement tokens.
yeah, they're
Ah,
snap, so they stay in that
yeah.
position.
And if I flip, so I got a new movement. Do I get to use that
Well, you have
movement
to
now?
wait till your turn comes around again.
Oh, okay. So
It's
it's a
James' turn right now?
deactivated move. I just have it though.
No, it comes to you flipped up,
Okay, so I can use it, right?
but not right now though. It's James's turn. You've done your action. You moved, right?
Yeah, I would have moved.
And,
I would have done.
yeah,
I
yeah,
would have
but you didn't move.
recruited.
So you've done all the things, but now it's James's turn.
But this would come in face down then,
Why?
because I can't move now.
Yeah, but you can't move. No, because it's not your turn. When it's your turn, you can move again. You can use that.
But wasn't it my turn when I got it? Because I did
But
this.
you don't use it on the turn you get it.
Okay, so yeah, it would be face down. And then on my turn I would reveal them, right?
That's not the way it works. No. They stay face down until you pass.
Oh, until
Okay?
I pass. Okay.
See? Like this. So now it's James's turn. So he can do his actions. And so James, I hope you have the cards to do this, but so what you need to do is this is tricky. That's really tricky. So yeah, I would move this guy here, and if you have 2 green cards, then upgrade that. That would be your best move for now. Man, Alex, it's really boxed you in. I don't know if this is going to work.
And I can't move into the desert because I would need.
Well, you can. It's just yeah, it'll cost you both your movement points.
And
Okay.
you don't have any stuff to build with right now, so
And then you have to. So you could. Well, you could upgrade if he has green cards. If he has 3 equivalent to 3 green cards, then he can turn that village into a town.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, first do your movement. The first thing you do is you do your movement. So you have to spend both your movement points to move into here.
So spend both these to move into the desert.
Yeah.
And
And
now
you
can I
activate
use?
the build action.
And now I can activate the build action to expend my food. And how many do I need to build something in the desert? I need.
You can't. You need a priest to do that. The only thing you can do is this upgrade where you're turning your village into a town. That's the only thing you can do, and it costs 3 greens.
Oh, okay, that's fine. And I'll just do that and turn that into a
Town.
town. So it's this guy right here.
Yeah.
And the town gives you more like little meeple dudes.
Yeah. So you'll have to. Normally, optimally you'd want to have already spent your green one before you do that, but you're.
I don't really have much of a choice though.
No.
Right.
So it looks like you're going to have to really work on doing the
So I got 3.
devotion track of the path of devotion. I think.
Why did I get three meeple?
Because that's what each building comes with its own.
Oh, I see. Okay, yep, I'm seeing it now.
Actually, so you want to actually choose this guy instead to
why
free
did I want
this
to
one
use
up.
him?
To free this one up, because then you'll be able to next round you can.
Oh, because I have to move into a space in order to activate what it does. Okay, yep,
Yes.
got it. Yep, and I guess that's all I can do, right?
Yep.
Okay. So does my turn just end, or do I have to?
Yeah. Well, you've done everything that. Now it's my turn.
Okay, so it just passes. So automatically. Got it.
And I will, because we haven't finished the round yet.
Oh, so it's okay. It's a round. It's a full round.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, and then. Okay, so then I will move. I'm gonna move this guy to here, so I can get my green guy here. So I can have.
How did you guys get more move tokens?
Because
Because the warrior.
no, because we have a guy, one of the guy on this first step on the path on this track here is you gain an extra move for every different guy that you have, the guy of a different color that you have there. So your first guy gets you that extra move. So you needed to do this action here, but you'll do that next round.
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, okay, yep. I see the little meeple people on there. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So now so that was my action. So Alex, do you have another action to do? You've got a so you may want to
I
grab
can't
a
move on
card.
top of you, right?
No.
Okay, we can't share space. What does the double down arrows do? What do those do?
Double down.
These ones. If I were to move
That's
down here.
grab a card from the market. That's reaping.
Oh, okay. So refilling my hand up again, essentially.
No, it's not refilling your hand. It's grabbing one card.
Yeah, but that's not going to be very helpful for me at this point. So,
So you can just pass. If you don't feel it, you can use that movement for anything. Then you can just pass.
can I move? I can't move on this gray space because I don't have enough movement, right?
No.
Okay. Can I move through the house?
You'd have to spend 2 movements to do it.
Oh, okay.
So the only thing that doesn't cost 2 movement is moving from green to green uninhibited, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be because it's the only reason why you're. It's not that he's uninhibited; it's just that he can't stop there. So you'd have to go here, which equals 1, 2 movements.
Okay.
So if you have 3 movements, you could move a guy 1, 2, 3 if you wanted.
Okay. Because this would probably just be the most beneficial move then in that case,
So
because
you spend your that and then grab a card, whatever the card is that you feel you need.
I think that would be the green is to get new guys, so I need that.
Okay, and should I? Yeah, I'll probably. Oh, I want red. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go here, and actually, and if you have the cards to do it, which you don't, and I don't either. But when when you do the reap action, you can also it also allows you to do any one of the other 3 actions. But you have to have the cards to do it. So, and I'm gonna take a red card. And I pass. So we're all done. We've all essentially we all pass.
Yep.
I retain the starting player, and we've refreshed our movement tokens. Okay, so actually, so it's Oracle now. We move now the next round is active Oracle. If you want to, good thing you so you're if only you'd need 2 pounds to gain points, but your town would cost 1 more during the next round. And we add more cards to the market, which is the which is the worship. And now, and then starting player, draw cards. So everybody draws cards.
Do we fill back up to how many?
It has to be up to 5. So
So we fill back up to 5, right?
yeah, but I drew 5 by accident. I'm gonna have to put the ball back and redraw. A good hand too.
I think 5 is a very generous number. It's not a bad number. I think it's just very generous.
You think that's too many?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not
I
sure
would
either.
say
You will be able to increase the number of cards in your hand
mhm.
throughout the game for in various ways. Like the second step on the track allows you to increase the number of cards in your hand. So maybe starting with
I
4 it might be better. I don't know. I haven't
yeah
played Tetris enough, so the numbers I don't know the
mhm.
numbers how the
Yeah,
numbers work.
the number of cards in my hand right now, I feel very comfortable with what I can do, which
Yeah,
probably means there's a little too much. It's almost like I would want a little bit of discomfort in my choice making.
force people to have to do the reap action
Yeah, yeah.
to do what they need to do. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Okay, so now my turn. I will. Okay, so I'm going to spend a to move that guy into there, and then I'm going to do a recruit action. I guess I will spend 2 greens to get another guy. And I'll put him there, I guess. Well, that's where I want him to go. I guess that works. And so he'll go there, which activates a build action. And I will spend 3 red cards. Would normally be 4, but because it's the villager that's activating the action, the cost is reduced by 1. It's 4 because I'm building on a mountain, and so I'm replacing this guy.
Can you get my gummies from the tray?
Fortress, and I could do a reap action, another recruit action if I
gummies are on the
wanted
bed.
to.
Can't get my gummies.
I can't, so I won't. And there we go. And then I get 3 points. First blood. Oh, no, I don't. Not first blood, because food has a point.
Should be a blue bag.
Okay, your turn's over.
Yep.
Okay, my turn. Okay, so I do my move action, which I have 3 now. So
You do 1 move action. Like so you spend whatever amount of movement points you need to spend to do this 1 action, and then pass your turn. You don't spend all of your movement like 1 at a time, kind of thing.
okay.
Do you notice how I only did 1 movement?
So I'm gonna move here.
You don't see it? You don't see the gummies?
To a
Cost you 2.
Yeah. And then I can do, so I'm in the recruit area now. I can do recruiting. Actually, here, wait. What if I did could this guy go here?
If you spent 2, I guess,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be 2.
You're just playing mean.
I just want to see how brutal I can get him without just seeing what those, can he get out of this, or is he just doomed to my malevolence? I am an evil god. So I would get a little meeple, right?
Well, why? No, well, you don't get a new meeple. No.
Oh no, this is a devotion. I would
Yeah, you don't get a new meeple. You can choose to move your meeple up the track, but if you
okay.
do that, you lose your third movement.
Oh, and this would give me more
More cards.
items in my hands. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So actually, it's like it goes away. You don't
Oh my
until you get a new.
Roadie hands.
Gotcha.
Some lotion, baby. Got them old
Okay,
lady.
so now it's James's turn.
Okay.
So he took your move.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to, I think, move here. Basically, you want to try to break away, break out of here, and build a village.
Which means I have to move on something that allows me to build, right?
Yeah, which is this one here. You
Yeah.
could theoretically try to build a village here if you wanted, but you'd have to have a lot of cards.
What would I have to have?
Because you only need three. You would need 3 green cards. If you had 3 green cards, you could build a village here.
All right, I'll build a village.
So basically, spend both of your movement points and move this guy here to the build action spot. Right. So
okay.
Because you only
essentially
activate it
1, 2.
Yeah.
when you land on
There.
it.
And then
now you can build a village here.
Oh, okay. I have to move on an action spot to do the action.
Yes.
Got it. And I can do the action wherever I have people to do that action.
Yes.
Got it. Nope. Mm.
So that's an idea. You could potentially, yeah. There you go.
Okay. What happens to this guy?
He goes back onto your board.
I think the space that you would have to put him on is there. Or is it on this gray board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On the gray board, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because you have to spend that dude to get a green house, or to get your house.
And then now you put a
I get whatever I get the one green meeple, right?
yeah, that comes with that structure.
Okay. No, that's all I can do.
Yep. Okay, so my turn, and what do I want to do with it? I don't have any cards. So read. I guess I should read.
So
I can spend 2. But I have 1. Okay, yeah. So why don't I spend? Oh, I'll spend 1. And go down.
Oh,
here.
I see what the boats do now. Okay. So you spend 2 random cards, or like 2 miscellaneous, to make a boat.
Yeah.
If you're on a build spot.
I can? So could I have made a boat?
You could have made a boat.
Yes, you could have made a boat.
Oh, okay.
That was another option. Yeah, I should have given you that as an option. Sorry. You would have drawn a card. So you still have to move this guy here and spend your 2 movement points, but then you could have built a boat there.
Well, if I move him, how many build actions can I do?
Well, as many as you want.
Oh, okay,
So
cool.
if you have 2 more cards, then you can build a boat right there.
Yep.
That's why I'm thinking the card size, or the hand limit size, is actually very generous right now. Again, not a bad thing. It's going to get him out of a sticky situation, gives you a lot of flexibility, but
Generous. I think it's fine. Oh, what would it be? I mean,
if you have the cards, spend them.
anything less, you're going to be starving every round.
You
well,
can
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
James, you can do that right now.
You don't want to have players always at a disadvantage every time they put cards in their hand, thinking they can't do anything, and they're not going to feel good about playing the game.
So put your boat on.
Depends on how mean you want to be.
And then
I mean, yeah, I guess there are game for sadists that would love that.
Not for here. Any one of these.
So I get anyone to draw
Yeah.
from any. Okay.
One.
Okay.
There you go. And you could do another action. So yeah, you could actually do, because you can do any of the 3 actions. So what you want to do is do a devotion action. So you want to grab a meatball and put it on your board. Get your third.
So devotion is an action in itself.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
action that's signified by the meatball. So any one of the colors, it doesn't matter.
So I can grab any one of these guys and put them on the track.
Yeah. And that automatically gives you your third movement, and you get another point for the shape. So you're 2 points in. If I was you, I'd try to, if possible, get to a position where you can really focus on the devotion track and
Yeah.
gain points that way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be difficult for you to gain points through multiple buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So being boxed in like that, the devotion track is your best friend in terms of.
And how do you keep moving people up the devotion track?
Basically, the way that the devotion here, if you look at so basically you do the devotion action. The devotion action is all existing meeples may be moved forward on the track, then place a new meeple on the first space of the track.
Oh, okay.
You may spend cards to move meeples further down the track, but the cards have to equal the color, have to be equal to the color of the meeple you're moving,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Yep.
So okay, so you've done. So now it's my turn. Oh shit! I did the wrong action. I took a card when I should have done this. Move this up. There. That's what I should have done. Now I'll take the card.
Yeah, playing with game designers, making up rules as he goes.
No, I just did.
I know, I'm joking.
Yeah. Okay, so that was my final action. And James, if you have one more thing that you can do, you don't really, because you.
How many times can I do the devotion action?
As many times as you want, but it's just it's you can only add one new one to the track, but you can move the as many
So
forward on the.
could I get rid of that to move him up?
The
Move him up one.
Yeah, I don't have this. This isn't spelled out properly. It should be the second half. This part should actually be under the line, and then the spend card. So the way I want it to work is that you do all the moving forward and spending cards and everything, and then you add a new one to the first spot on the track. So so you were just adding your first one to the first spot on the track, so you didn't have any to move. So you didn't.
Okay, so I would have to wait a full turn to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, but if you, so theoretically, yeah, you could, if you had the ability to do so, you could move here. You could jump over here and go here, but you've only got the one movement, so you might as well pass.
Yeah, I don't. Yep, I can't do anything.
Okay, so now it's Oracle. Nobody's got that at all, so we'll move this here. Okay. So
I do like this predictive, like you can kind of see what's coming up.
okay, so
And what is this stuff again?
okay, so basically, this is sort of like we call it the Oracle. So it's like the future, looking at the future, whatever. So in the border is the active, what's happening now.
I got that.
Right now, the top part is a bad thing. The bad thing that's happening now is all fortresses cost one card more.
Ah, okay, got it.
But you get a point for every fortress that you have.
Okay, got it. Cool.
Someone looked into the future.
So I think something would be cool is really, maybe you can even just do it with color coding, but really show the difference between good and bad on this card.
Okay.
Because like right now, it's just symbols that I'm like, okay. But like if I could see that there was like, red or green on the bottom, red at the top, I'd be like, oh crap, I have to watch out for that red.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a big thing that is global. It affects the entire board.
Yeah.
So
Identify that a little bit clear.
yeah, make sure you clearly identify those.
Yeah. Cool.
And that's just that could even be just visual language, color.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to play with the colors a
Cracks or
bit.
something.
Yeah.
Automatically just chose red for military kind of thing and green for villagers, but I'm gonna get away
I
from
know those are good colors over here. I think they work too. Yeah. You could have like a purple prophecy is bad, but a white prophecy is good. You know what I mean? Something like
yeah, maybe something like that. Okay, so now so we did that Oracle now worship. So we're going to add new cards to the. People aren't taking the ritual card. One, two. I've had trouble where things because we're not taking these cards as readily as we as other play.
so we can just grab these.
That's an action.
Oh, that's an act. That's an action. Okay.
A
Yeah.
reap action.
Oh, yep. I see it. I see the card. Got it. Well, I think people aren't taking them because there's a lot more appealing actions on the board.
Yeah, but the reap action allows you to do any of the. You take a card plus do any of the other three actions.
Yeah, but you also have to be able to get to the. Wait. Oh, well, here's a question. So if I cross my boat, do I get the reap action?
No. You're just using the power of the boat.
Why is the reap
It's
symbol?
where basically the action is activated where the unit lands.
Okay.
You do a recruit action.
So why is the reap symbol on the water then?
Because when you added the boat,
Yeah.
you did a reap action.
Is adding the boat the reap action?
Yes.
Or that's when I grab the yellow card.
When you enter the space, that's when the action goes into effect.
Enter the space, that's when the action happens.
This boat entered the space last turn, and you did receive
and that's how
your
I got
extra
I got
card.
the reap.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right.
And then, depending, like, say, for instance, if you had a unit here, for instance, right, that you can spend a movement point to move your boat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not really a boat per se,
I'm just imagining this giant like
Interesting.
ship that's getting teleported through the land, and it's like popping up in another place. It's like
Airship.
yeah, these are actually airships that only work over the water.
And
They need to be carried otherwise.
Okay, and so that was it. We did the worship. So then starting player. So now the starting player, I'm now definitely the last. I'm green. So I'm first. So white is the starting player now.
Ooh,
But
cool.
I think for now, I think I'm gonna just call it a night. It's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And I do have to work in the morning, but I do
This is fun.
appreciate.
I like this actually. This is a pretty cool game.
Excellent. I'm glad you liked it. Hopefully, we can get a more at another evening. We can get a little bit more fulsome playtest out of it. But
Yeah.
but yeah, it all worked the way I wanted to. So I'm kind of excited. It seemed to work the way I expected to. So I'm kind of excited about that. I was worried, although we didn't really. So it may not be, sometimes you worry about something and it turns out that it was nothing. Because I was worried about the reap action. The reason why I added you can do any of the other three actions when you do the reap action is because it was a kind of a dead action because it had no cascade. There was nothing. You just grabbed a card and then you were done. There was no extra thing that happened or whatever. So it was a kind
It
of
wasn't dynamic. It was
it was something that people left till the end of their turn, and
no one's gonna want to do it if they're not getting some kind of inherent value out of it.
yeah. So I added these actions, and I thought, oh God, that's just going to be super powerful. People are just going to go after the reap action again and again and again. But it seems to me that it's hard enough have the cards to be able to do the actions, and it's hard enough, like, so that it's not. It doesn't seem to be maybe with when people playing with people who have a bit more experience, they might be able to exploit it a bit, and I'll see the inherent issue. But for now, anyways, I didn't see it. Even myself, I didn't really see myself having the opportunity to exploit it too badly. So I'm okay for now. I'm okay with that. I had a kind of a sort of a soft fix for it, but
Yeah.
I don't think I need to worry about it right now.
So, just one thing real quick. If I move my guy on my turn over here, and I spawn another dude,
Yeah. Is that you're saying that if you do that, right? Okay.
does that block James in entirely?
Well, unless as long as the only thing that will permanently block him in is if you build on those locations.
Okay.
I can't move here, right?
No, you can't move.
Can I
to
move?
another
Can I
player.
move on his city or no?
No.
Okay.
Now I may change that because
So-
this blocking somebody in might be something that
Yeah.
people do. So I may change the ability, that because but the thing is that you
Easy
have
solution to this, by the way, is just make sure that each person is in their own like sector. These numbers.
I'm thinking that maybe that I might have to do
you
some
can
sort of
just-
starting placement rules or something like that.
You can land on somebody's city, but you don't get the benefits. So I could go here. I just don't get any benefits.
just
It's your
visiting.
city. I can visit your city, right?
Ooh,
Like,
what if you
just-
gave me one of your cards? Like he landed on someone at city, and you have to give up one of
now
your,
this
like...
man's trying to play Monopoly. He's like, you landed on my space. I'm charging you rent. That's
I suppose, I mean, it wouldn't be, complete absurdity, So I'll have to think on it again because I do not want this. So I may,
Yeah.
and
You can easily bully someone with this current setup.
theoretically, you could manipulate things in such a way to completely hem somebody in, right? So even if I did have starting rules, it still could be problematic.
True. Especially if like two people bully one person, like it might not even be like, so like if I'm over here still and then you're over here, I could start working my way unintentionally even towards you, and you could be working your way over towards me, and then now James over in this corner, for some reason, say we're that tight, he cannot get out of here. He's just stuck.
Yeah.
And that would absolutely suck.
I would just make it so that people can move, occupy the same space, but the person that was there first is the one that gets the action.
You just don't activate an action.
Yeah, you just don't get an action if somebody's already there. That way, people can move around and they're looking for places to go. Like, yeah, because this isn't a combative game.
No,
like,
no.
you can't fight people. Our warriors aren't fighting or anything. So, like, yeah, just make people. There's no reason why people can't just move around the map.
I would definitely, if you don't want it to be a competitive game, I would definitely not use the war kind of like artwork. I would go much more like, you could probably do something even like Zen like for like China, and just have like a monk kind of system or something. I don't know. Like I feel
For
like
what?
the warriors does imply fighting. Because when I see these guys, I'm like,
That's
ooh, I want to
interesting,
take
yeah.
these guys and take them over. Goodbye. And then now I'm like, but if you had something a little bit more like less aggressive, as these themed, I would feel less interested in taking over locations.
Yeah, I guess.
That's very much just a thematic thing.
It could be. I could be as aggressive as just saying that the warrior you can't occupy the same space as a warrior.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't be that bad. I mean, you're still going to get the ability to lock people in if you just turn all these people into warriors. But yeah, like
It takes a fair amount of effort. You have to have.
but it
the
would
right
have to.
cards.
Yeah, you'd have to specifically go for that. Yeah, and it gives your opponent time to like see that that's coming and
maybe
work on
like the
something
only
else,
the priest or something can pass over a warrior. I don't know. I feel like it's actually not a bad thing to have that bit of aggression, but I think
Yeah, like I think that, and that would allow you to keep that warrior or keep fortresses and stuff like that. Like you can't pass by a fortress or a warrior or something like that. Like so, if somebody did want to play aggressive and try to be a dick, they could if they wanted to, but it's a bit slower on the uptake. And
yeah. And I mean, and you could even, like the priests cost you. You have to pay cards to go through a priest or a temple. But
or you have to give it to the priest, like you have to give charity or tithes.
Ooh,
yeah, that
cool.
kind of thing. Yeah. Kind of makes the priest and warrior kind of have a little bit of a character to them,
Yeah, and I agree. I think giving them something that makes them, people, so they're not just a different skinned dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. To basically summarize, you've got a really cool game you're
Yeah, you
working
do.
on.
Yeah.
It's definitely going somewhere.
Yeah, I think
Well, thank you very much. It's I've been working on it long enough, so I hope it's something.
That's very exciting. Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes. You're definitely on the cusp of it, and I think there's just some minor bug tweaking. Obviously, the last 90% takes, or the last 10% takes 90% of the time to do.
10 years.
Yeah. So.
Man, fuck this game.
This is sad as table flip.
It didn't even flip. It just fell into the ether.
Breaks and falls and forever and ever and ever.
It's slowly breaking apart.
It just kind of crumbled apart. Yeah.
That's
entropy.
Okay. I think that's enough for me tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for me, man.
I really appreciate you playing my game.
Yeah, good stuff. Catch you guys later.
Yeah, take care.
Good night.
Bye.